As we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, just changing the category on Twitch there, as I forgot to change it to Division 2, as we're gonna start in Division 2 and then move to Division 1 in a little bit. But yeah, we do appear alive upon the internet. And let's make sure actually that we are, before we go on with bit rates and everything set to public in the right category with the right title, and my audio also working. Also, yeah, actually I should have made a folder. Like this character, and yeah, I bought the other thing as well because I made a few shorts this afternoon, so we have the other outfit that I hadn't bought yet this week there. Also, actually, it turns out that there's a few pieces of a few outfits, and we should check on second again. They've made them available for even more pieces. They have made available for buying with textiles. So the entire Ash uniform is now buyable with textiles, I believe, which is one of the Rainbow Six ones. There was another one. I've already forgotten what it was. 250418. Actually, I'm gonna even make it 19. Just it's gonna be easier. Because we have a bunch of 18s already. And this is lexicon. Lexicon ramble. What is our last rambling talk? Build collection updates. Anything else? No, Mrs. Yeah, that'll be you can take the description from there. The build collection one has a ton of other things in there. View large icons. Lexicon. Because yeah, we're gonna record a lexicon video, terminology video basically, and in doing so, oh, actually I could put the list here already. I already put the list kind of in. We need to clean this up. I can take this whole thing, put these in for timestamps later. Apparently I can't. Why can't I? Copy. Paste. There we go.
Please do not run outside the safe area. Sudden movements may be misconstrued as a hostile act.
This is also the order we'll do them in. Already in the Discord post kind of had these. And I put them kind of in what I thought would be a decent order there. Basically going over basically gear stuff first, and then gear stuff first, and then some just like game terms that we quite often use, and then some of the enemy stuff, some basically stuff that we just use that isn't per se related to the game, but we use it. What I'm thinking of doing is we're just gonna do it like this. There we go. And then kind of reveal, just like I go down the list like this, basically. I feel that's well, actually, if I did differently, it'll all be in the same spot. Is that better or is that worse? Or does it matter? Nah. Do it like this. It's easier, I think. This way as well, we can just go down the list and not forget one accidentally. Let's already save this. And hey, Denison. And thank you so much as well for keeping that sub going. 12 months already, whole year. And yeah, very much appreciated. Allowing me to make a silly spendings like this one. I actually like this kind of... Well, although, do I like it? It's sticking out a little bit too much here in the front, I feel. But that's because of the gun kind of stuff, right? But it is the current bundle. What was this called actually? Oh yeah, Agent Can High. Can High or Can't High? Turns out Can High. Then I was thinking maybe a library or something. I was thinking of maybe like the National Archives. Or we could go to the last room of this. We can go into the National Archives, can't we? Let's go actually go check. I feel that's like a fitting, basically that first inside room. What am I running? Oh yeah, Combat Medic. This was one of the builds I turned into an build overview, one of the shorts. I had a productive division day already. As I kind of made a few shorts. Let's go get the named here. Just have gotten it. Also, yeah, on this one there's not going to be any gameplay really. Although we might jump to the range to kind of sometimes explain some things.
Vital signs critical.
Just for some of the terms that will make sense. Where's a sniper? Oh, there. Oh, there's two snipers. No, that's fine. Or maybe not. Is that just her decoy? Wait, can her decoy just blind?
Convoy.
I didn't actually know that even.
Serious trauma detected.
No.
Agent down.
Killed the black disc name and died to just a nameless hyena. I do like this setup with the 3-piece Zvia.
Hostile control point detected.
Making for a pretty good rifle build. Not gonna care about those guys. Hopefully we can just go in here. Some areas are sometimes locked up, so we can't go in there outside of a bounty, but then we go and find a bounty. That sounds like everything's open. We'll get this along the way as well. This is less library than I remember it being, honestly. Maybe we go for the other one. Was also, I now realize, like, this would be kind of the place, but the other option would also be Kenley. Now let's go for this other one. It's much better lit there. The last room of like the bounty in like that building that's a library too. And he wins there. I hope everybody's enjoying their Friday, looking forward to the weekend. For once as well, I actually I'm not working on a weekend evening, so I'm gonna enjoy this weekend too. The way I looked at things, actually next week I'm not working in the evening either. I will be working Saturday afternoon, but that's just in the afternoon, so I get to avoid the evening. Here as well. Do we have access to it right away? Should be able to just take the elevator back there directly up. we can. Well, looks like we can. But actually, yeah, with this one definitely we can because I've used this one before. Yeah, a little bit better lit. Well, actually, not that much better. It's fine. Because we'll use it like this. Then I can always brighten it this way. Yeah, why not? It's not like we actually get grain or anything by exposure increasing exposure there. Yeah, just with that sign there as well. I feel this is as good as any intro for this is going to be, right? We're going to talk about terminology and lexicon, and also I'm using that word correctly, right? Right? That's basically the vocabulary of a person, language, or branch of knowledge. Yeah. So. And yeah, let me first as well just make sure this goes here just in case we hit that. Although we're not going to use any one there. Oh, and thank you so much there, Windsor, as well for for even doing it 6 months in advance. As always, much appreciate the vote of confidence and the willingness to waste some money on me so I can spend it on silly apparel, as we always do. Who doesn't love themselves some silly apparel? But yeah, thanks once more. Yeah, I made a list as well in the thingy. In help desk, yeah, on the Discord, but also actually for this as well. If the list is there of the basically what we're gonna cover, I took it from there. But even up to the last minute, if you go like, hey, you should totally add this, feel free to pipe in and give that, put my attention towards that. Oh, actually, I realized. Oh wait, no, is this? No, that's still here. We can. Nah, let's not. Wait. So what? How is this something different? Wait, can I just? I can copy this, right, and then paste it here. Because yeah, I put it in the wrong one actually. Paste duplicate. Okay, yeah, so that works. What are these? Oh, those are those are from the April Fool's thing. This one as well, actually from April Fool's thing from like forever ago with the hashtag I do what was it? I do whatever some influencer tells me to do to fill the void that may exist. This is from the original April Fool's thing. Oh, a bunch of shit in this scene. Yeah, legendary, of course, as well. Legendary 10 directives, so we can just turn everything into legendary. But yeah, for today we just need the text up there. Actually, what I should have maybe is when we start out, we could have the full list revealed. Yeah, I'll reveal it later. Yeah, let me get up here as well. And hey there, Rakesh, and finally caught me live. Well, happy to catch you alive as well. Alive upon the internet. And yeah, hey there. Anyway, we're setting up to record a video, so that's what I'm gonna doing up here as we usually record as live on stream. That way as well, I can't be too much of a perfectionist. and I have to just, we just do a few takes instead of 100 takes. Find myself this afternoon doing that a bunch as well. I'm just like doing it over and over and actually not making it much better. Honestly, I'm going with an earlier take even. And thank you so much there as well for subscribing with Prime. As always, much appreciated as you use that up to make some more poor choices like buying apparel. Let me record this intro. Let's make sure first that the hard disk is spooled up. It is. And the intro for Rambling Talks is, hi, I'm IKEA and I want to ramble on for a little, and today I want to ramble on for a little bit. Thanks for listening, and you're more than welcome, and glad you like them. I like making them as well, so it all works out. And today, we're gonna make another one as well. This time, explaining some of the terminology of that we use for division and stuff, because a lot of people, the common questions is like, I say things like this procs that and this stack and stuff, and people go like, what you talking about? Let's explain what we're talking about. So the list is here. I can toggle it here, right? Yeah. You know what? Let's do a copy duplicate. And then you can't read this. It's too small. We go up to buff debuff, and this one goes from add onward. Let's just do it like this. Yeah, that makes more sense. In the library, indeed. But I felt this is like a fitting place to go for talking about the terminology of a game and stuff. We're doing the lexicon at the start of the division book, basically. So let's if I press these, which one is the left one? So this one, that one down. Can I select them together and hit this? No. I need to do them one by one. Let's go with a take and a try. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, the rambling again. I want to do an in-depth look or something. That's like where my mind was going with. It's a ramble. It's not an in-depth look. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, why do I want to go to only tips? I did too many only tips today. Take -4 before we reach 0, of course. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about the lexicon of this game, and basically that is the terminology and the verbiage that we kind of use, as not all of it is known to everybody. There's words that even I just always use and don't really explain well, and I wanted to address that, so we're kind of all on the same page in this video then as well, because of course, if you know the word, if you kind of know what it means, you can kind of skip it. We'll timestamp everything per word. So as we'll go through all of the words, and I'll put the full list actually already on screen, although we might even add to this as we're recording this live. So maybe some additions from the chat will make it in. But we'll go through this list as is, and then basically explain each term and kind of what we mean when we say it, just so we're all on the same page. Because, when I'm talking about a unicorn, some people just see a horse with a horn on its head and don't really know that we're kind of, talking about specific Habsburg or Langmo pieces. Same, for instance, as well. What does meta mean, and kind of what is the basics of DPS and watch alts, and yeah, ticks and dots and stacks and procs, as all of those have very specific meanings, and sometimes as well people use them wrongly. So let's set the record straight. Yeah, there we go. I'm happy with that one. Let's make sure it's not out of sync or something. About the lexicon of all of those have very specific meanings, and sometimes as well people use. Okay. So now put them like here. So that one can go first. This one, do it like that, and make it bigger. That's the thing now. Yeah, let's. I think I'm gonna try to just do every one separate. Although the thing is gonna be, yeah, I should watch out that I don't go like, and for the next one, and for the. I have a habit of doing that sometimes. So we'll just end basically each term, just not like introducing the next one. Basically, I should try to remember that. At least not too often. Yeah, let's just get started. And we'll start that list by the one at the very top, which is just role. Now we use and this is with double L, not R-O-L-E, a role, something that you do, because that's also its verbiage. But I would think everybody knows, if you have a role, let's say in a raid, you're doing something specific. This is role with double L. And this is just verbiage that we use to define, yeah, let's not make it too like. I need to go faster than that, basically. Also, you know what? Maybe I go with. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, I should have had the pre-crafted items here, but that's fine. And we'll start at the top of that list as we go over some of the gear ones, basically. And the first one is roll with double L. So yeah, not roll as in, maybe a raid roll as being the tank or something, but yeah, roll with double L. In this case, this refers to just stat, basically. So we use this interchangeably with stats. So for instance, on this gear, I have a crit chance and a crit damage roll, and then we have a crit damage mod. Re-rolling then as well becomes changing one of the stats, or for instance with some of the exotics where we re-roll them to try to get the damage to targets out of cover. With the reconfiguration, we try to get damage to targets out of cover as the third stat, of course. Changing the stats becomes a re-roll, and then for instance the stats themselves, for instance in this case this has a damage to targets out of cover roll on it. And this is just verbiage that has existed around, especially with MMO kind of games for forever, anything that has stats. Very simple, but important to know. And yeah, when you don't know it, it can get you into trouble. So I'll take that one. Oh, actually, yeah, in the thing in the preview I can see what the word is. That's nice. In case I need to change it in some way. Actually, that's Mark 16 is kind of the Mark 17. And next up then we have God roll, which is a specific term, and I feel it should mean a specific thing. A lot of people use it kind of just for maxed out stats. I disagree. To me, a god rule needs to be a maxed out stats on everything, preferably. And then, together with that, it needs to be useful. So, for instance, if this weapon had come with, let's say, swap speed and, I don't know, fast hands or something, this wouldn't be a god rule. Instead, this Mark 16, which I think actually doesn't even have a, or Mark 17, that doesn't even have an optimization. So yeah, not even hidden optimization on that detalk. This is, for instance, a god rule. So it has come with all of the stats that we need, so we can recalibrate a talent onto it that we want. Generally, just one stat being full is a max stat. It's not a god roll of that stat. A god roll really means truly a roll from the gods, and not just a max statted one. Because, for instance, yeah, as we talked about, some of the third stats, a weapon with the wrong third stat, with the wrong talent on it, that is basically, you can't make it workable, I personally wouldn't call a god roll. A god roll, in this case, for instance, for weapons, would be having damage targets out of cover there usually, and then everything maxed out, or what we often say as well, close enough to god roll, so that you can optimize the rolls on it yourself. And especially as well, for instance, for some of the exotics, having it come with all of the stats maxed out, even though, of course, here there's no choices in it. This, for instance, would be a god-rolled coyote. And that verbiage is kind of also handy to, for instance, when you're sharing it and such, because then the person on the other end, if you're using it in that way, then they know that it is maxed out stats of the right kind. So it is actually usable, because, of course, a lot of items, even max statted, will not be actually useful, because they might come, let's say, if this chest had come with health and let's say hazard protection, although hazard protection might be useful, let's say health and armor regen, and a bad talent, even if the stats are full, that is not a god roll. It is only a god roll if it actually is maxed out of the right kinds and usable in some way. 227, a little long, but yeah. Anyway, we're just gonna go down the list. Although, so does this character have any like unicorns? Do I swap character and bring them here? Because I actually wanted to use this one for God roll one, as I remembered them having that Mark 17. Yeah, we should just do the Langma. Although maybe we don't bring them here. Maybe we just do that the range, just so we don't have to. Are we kidding? I'm gonna bring them over here, aren't I? Yeah, let's bring them over here. Because the next up is Unicorn. And they'll have both, because then I can use the Grupo pieces as the unicorns, and then the Legmo chest as the super unicorn. Which is the next one in that list. Should I actually have the Discord thing open? Yeah, there we go. I have the know which ones are coming up. We have unicorn, super unicorn, beautification. Actually, let's dress them up in the same way.
Safe area entered.
Let's start with that. Yeah, let's get to the same spot. Anyway, the spammer there as well.
Civilians Civilians in danger.
It's good that they aren't even getting through the... that way, actually. It's good that they aren't even getting through the Twitch, like, auto-mod thing. It's been catching them all. Yeah, there's definitely been a few people, again, in the category that have been buying viewers in a very obvious sense. And I wonder if they kind of think that, like, nobody notices. I always wonder, like, what do you get at it? I mean, it's, you know, it's EP, right? But it's unearned EP, so it doesn't even count. I don't want to have that sign in the gap here. Good enough. There. Yeah, let's record the next one. And next up, a term you have maybe heard me use quite often, and others as well, which is the term unicorn. Now, unicorn pieces of gear, which is what that refers to, are harder to get pieces. Now, generally, for it to be a unicorn, it needs to be a piece that is basically hard to get. So, for instance, the group of pieces here fit that, as we would need to get them with skill haste and skill damage on them, for instance, in this case. So we can recore the core. Together with that, of course, this being a red cored item normally, this comes most of the time with at least one of the stats being a red. So there's some debate there. It's either 66 or 75% of the time. It will roll basically with a red stat at the very least. So it only leaves either 33 or 25% of the time where it can even be two stats that aren't red, or well, at least one of the stats not being red, and seeing as we need double yellow. But of course, that's also shared with double blues, or it being a blue and a yellow. So trying to get some of these pieces can sometimes take a while. Generally as well, for unicorns, true, if you can craft them, that is usually the way to go for them. And yeah, they are some of the harder pieces to get. Same as well, some of the names would be considered this way. For instance, this chest as well with skill damage, status effect, perfect glass cannon, so we can recore it to a yellow as well, would be considered a unicorn. Yeah, let's put that in there. And now let's step it up one from unicorn to super unicorn. No. Trying to edit here. Actually, I can do them all with this one, right? We'll keep this one over here just so I remember how we had that set up. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this is gonna be, people are gonna ask why I have 5 pieces otherwise, but let's just put in this. Is this from some? Okay, yeah. And then we step it up a 1 from a unicorn to a super unicorn. Now, this terminology that mostly I use and kind of in my bubble has existed, although some other bubbles are starting to use it as well. And what a super unicorn is 1 step above a unicorn. And this Legmo chest with glass fits that bill. So what we need here is not just 2 stats to then record this blue core, which it normally comes with, to a red core. We need 2 stats and a talent. And of course, now we're going into the territory of, you know, adding quite a bit of complexity, quite a bit of randomness to the bunch, because getting that right talent is much harder than just getting 2 stats that match up. That's why usually as well, you can avoid that. For instance, in this case as well, you could have a knee pad with crit chance, crit damage, Lengmo, and then you could have this just be a red sacrifice. But of course, yeah, there is some benefits to some of these, especially as well. Another famous one is the 2 pieces of Habsburg with a weapon handling headshot and a and then either vigilance on the backpack or headhunter on the chest. And yeah, super unicorns are usually chest and backpack pieces that fit that nomenclature. Then as well, yeah, again, just to reiterate then, most of the names don't fit that because these will come, even though they're harder to get, of course, for instance, with the back, in the case of the backbone, they come with a fixed talent. It becomes so much more difficult if you're going for basically rolling random talents. And these especially, most of the time will just come from buying parts of Lengmo from a vendor and such, deconstructing them, and then crafting these. Trying to do it without crafting for super unicorns is usually a step too far. Okay, that's super unicorn. What's next? Oh, beautification. Don't want to make it. Something else. And Andreas, and indeed, back in school. School is in session. Do I have a piece that is kind of fitting of talking about beautification? Oh, there's Mantis first as well. Yeah. Yeah. And another one that kind of actually is mostly me, but just to explain myself, basically. A term that I sometimes use, and basically whenever it comes up, people do ask me, what do I mean by that? And that is beautification. So quite often, one of the things that I will do is if I get, for instance, and this was, for instance, a recent one, where I got a max roll at go and guard there. I couldn't get guard roll out. And this next one is one that I actually quite often use. It isn't a common terminology, but every time I use it, somebody will ask me what I kind of mean with it. So let me explain myself here. And that is beautification. So in beautification is that I try to, if I get better pieces that might look better, so for instance, especially guard rolls, if I get the right ones, I might actually replace an item in a loadout slot with that. So for instance, quite recently, I got this Mantis that is, yeah, it is a guard roll. And instead of, for instance, keeping my old one, which was optimized, which will work just as well, of course, if the stats are optimized, if the stats are full, they're the same thing. But I deconstructed that one and then kept this one. And that is kind of beautification. And I quite often do that with some of the pieces of gear that I get. Now, of course, that isn't necessary, but what that leads to is, especially for the build collection, over time, I do have a lot of items that are maxed out. It does take some time to, yeah, get rid of some of the roles, for instance, with optimization. But for instance, with my strikers and stuff, especially, try to keep this without any optimizations. Just keep any pieces that are maxed out and then make it look a little bit better. Not necessary, but something I enjoy doing and gives me something to still care about whenever we get a god roll item. Yeah. That second one was fine. I'm also kind of looking at their timers, and generally, if so, wait, how many do we have? Can I read lines? No. Actually, in the description thing, I should be able to read, or it should show me. So this is line 16 to 39. So 23. Yeah, so a minute each, a minute and a half each. Should still be doable. Also as well, we'll timestamp everything, so it'll be easy for people to jump around if they want to skip some. Also, it should be with an I, right? It should be B-E-A-U-T-I vacation. That's fine. Although maybe I should just put a dash in between. Who cares? It's not a real word anyway. No words are real. Words aren't real. Words can't hurt you. Except they can totally. What's next? Oh yeah, DZ names. And they're amazing Peter Gaming. Yeah, goedenavond. Good evening. Fellow Dutchie, I'm guessing. Yeah, so let's go to this. Although actually for there, we need the named item guide. And we're gonna go there. Does she have a no? Dark Winter. Where's your bear crochet? But Matador. Of that Matador right here. Oh, we'll go with the one we can kind of gloat with. Yeah. And moving on to DZ/PvP names. This is a set of items that are only going to drop in the DZ, specifically drop as loot. Now, they can still be rewarded from other sources. So for instance, from legacy caches, or more importantly, from named item caches, which contain basically all of those items. And some people call this DZ exclusives. They're no longer exclusive to the DZ, so I don't use that terminology. But you may have seen this terminology be used in places. What I'll link to here as well is actually the guide that I made for this, which has basically all of the items, all of the named items, and then lists within these pictures. As you can see, there's several columns. One of those columns is DZ. Those items are only coming from named item caches, especially. That's how most people will get them. Or from actual drops in the DZ. That's the only place where, and conflict caches as well. But there, they don't drop, they're still rewarded. I'll link to this guide. This guide is actually handy to know because, yeah, I reference it myself as well. Together with that, also, it has a special items, so some of the items are special. We also list all of those. And also at the top, I should list where you can get all of the DZ names. So yeah, for instance, for the Matador, as I've highlighted here, this is a DZ item, so it will not drop if you could just go target looting for it in Countdown or such. And this is actually important to know because quite often people want to go for a Dark Winter or for several other items that are basically, or Emperor's Guard or Death Grips, although Death Grips you shouldn't use anymore, or yeah, some of the other items, Rail Splitter comes to mind. Apartment, although Apartment actually drops in Capital nowadays. All of those are DZ items, and yeah, if you don't know that they are, you might waste some time. So yeah, check out that guide, as I'll link it in the description. There we go. Also, actually, before I forget, let me just already put it in the description because that's definitely a thing that I'm gonna forget otherwise. Named item guide. DZ/PvP names. Put that in the description already, so can't forget. Yeah, so back to here. What's next? Oh yeah, dot. Let's equip some eclipse and well, actually, let's just make it a normal eclipse. Where's my golem? There's my golem. And a lefty. There we go. Let's wait for the charge to fill up because I'll dislike it if it doesn't. And indeed, behind the scenes, I was about to say behind the stream scenes today. Yeah, no. But yeah, usually actually the videos you see on YouTube, I usually actually record them on live on Twitch, basically. As I kind of like doing it, it also forces me to not be a perfectionist and like retake a dozen times. I'll retake if it like really is needed, but I have a tendency to retake even when it's not needed. So instead of that, I'll just do it live. And then also sometimes people will pipe up as well and just give tips and hints. Even like that is definitely here as well. If the list that we're kind of covering today, I showed it earlier, but also it's in the Discord. But also if you feel like, hey, that list is still missing something, feel free to go add that in. And yeah, we'll add it in because I'll check there as well. Oh yeah, but the thing is, but how do you like, or it should be like DZ named items then, right? Thing is, I just always call them DZ named, just to imply as well that there's multiple, basically. Kind of know that, yeah, that's like incorrect because the spelling correction also kind of goes there. But seeing as we're kind of contracting some of, or doing contractions and stuff, because things like dot and stuff as well, are technically contractions. Oh well, that is not contraction. Named item. Yeah. Although yeah, technically names is incorrect. But yeah, it's just we do like, it's one of those like y'all, not the brand set, but the southern way of saying you all. Yeah. Let me and Hater Airbus, and thank you so much for keeping that sub going. And yeah, 10 months already as well. Yeah, we have a bunch of people. I've been around for quite a bit, and it's always good to see. And I'm surprised that we're reaching. I've been doing this for a while. Turns out, it doesn't feel like it. Still feels new to me. Yeah, let's go with Dot, which is the sister of Debbie and Dot. The deconstructed. Oh yeah. Yeah. Should this be capitalized? Technically, yes. But then proc should be as well. It's fine. We'll just do it not capitalized. Because actually we use it as just that, like, not as per se the abbreviation that it's from. Yeah. And we come to dot, and dot is something that we do quite often use as terminology. Now, this is actually just an abbreviation. This is damage over time. And I've for that grabbed as well here one of the ways of doing damage over time in Division 2, which is Eclipse, which does it with fire. Of course, as well, for instance, something like the debuff from Pestilence, we would also consider a damage over time, a dot. And that's just verbiage that we always use in especially MMO-style games. This is quite common. Anything that gets applied once and then just does damage over time. It's very simple as that. With Division, yeah, fire, all of the status effects, bleed, all of those. Same for Pestilence, for instance. We apply it, of course, and then it just ticks away at people, which we'll explain in a second as well what that is. And damage over times are quite powerful quite often in video games, and an important one to know. And yeah, just if you don't know it, it's quite annoying, of course. But that's what this video is for. I got rambling. I didn't know where to go with it, but I feel it's kind of fun. It's also, this is literally called a rambling talk. So part of me is kind of fine with it, as long as it's under a minute 30 per item, and that was still 1 minute. So, but basically, literally, I could have just gone damage over time, and then on to the next. Let's for this go to Pestilence, and then for Tick Rate, we'll go back to Eclipse. And they do. Yeah, although like just the way I end up using it is more like as like, you know, a verb on itself, right? So it becomes dot. I put a dot on that person, you know. So no. Yeah. More dots. Yeah, let's go to this. Next up, a term I used a second ago, and yeah, we should define it here then, which is tick. And a tick is basically the damage tick that ticks away at their health and armor. And especially, for instance, we can talk about, for instance, with this build, with a Pestilence build fully set up, we're doing 1.5 million per tick per second. Now, tick rate, which we'll talk about in a second as well, is then extended of that because, of course, it can be multiple times a second. In the case of the Pestilence, it is once per second. So we can, for instance, say that this build has a 1.5 million-ish tick for the Pestilence. And that is just, yeah, common verbiage that has always existed around MMOs, together with, for instance, especially things that are damage over time that are dots. And 48 seconds. Yay. Next up. Why don't I have tick rates right after tick? I feel that should actually... it's fine though. Stack. Let's go to Striker. Anti-Minister. There's no... Yeah, I've been meaning to make this. This one has been like requested a bunch of just like lexicon and like terminology. So I've been meaning to, and it is overall a simple subject. I don't need to make any spreadsheets and stuff. So kind of using it here just to also today, so this afternoon, not having to have made anything for it or anything. Because yeah, a bunch of the other subjects I've already, we need some spreadsheets for and stuff. Same, for instance, for like doing a build showcase or something. So this one is actually, I'm doing it because it's kind of easy, but also kind of very useful. Because if you don't know these terms, I use them a lot, especially, you know, I call basically strikers, you know, stacks. Just like some people just don't know what that means at all. What is this? Oh, that's a circle. There was a thing I could select there, which is weird. Revision again, right? Tick. I don't think tick comes from like abbreviation, right? Okay. Okay. No worries. The thing is, some stuff is, and it's also not always, because yeah, we're gonna go to proc in a second, and I'd actually go look it back up, because I always had it as programmed occurrence. That's like, but it's actually programmed random occurrence. So it's PROC is where that comes from. But actually programmed occurrence also makes sense for it. Yeah. So next up, stack. And next up is stack, and mostly as well stacks in multiples, because usually if we're talking about stacking something up, it's multiple of it. This, for instance, actually does get used even in the game as the stacks of Striker, for instance, and stacking up to 100 times. We use this in many places, and it might not be immediately clear, because for some of the things, but most of the things that we use it for, it does actually listed in the talent, for instance, as well. Obliterate, stacking up to 20 times. this is anything that can have multiple of it on either yourself or the enemy. So for instance as well, the pestilence ticking, you know, you can have 50 stacks upon an enemy. That is the max of it. And that is a common verbiage to need to know. Especially as well, it's handy to kind of know that term just so that you know that we're talking about, for instance, a stacking buff as well. I don't know why I added that last sentence in there. I thought I had something more to say, but I didn't actually. I should have shut up. It's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be proc. Stacked to a lady. I mean, you know, she might be stacked in multiple ways. Yeah. Next one that I use often as well, which is proc. Now, I should go look this up, as I always had it in my head of programmed occurrence, this being what this term comes from. It actually turns out that generally the accepted term is programmed random occurrence, so that R is actually a separate one. And that's also, once you hear that term, it should kind of click. It's a programmed thing that can occur, now random or by chance. So for instance, when we're talking about procking obliterate, it procs with crit chance hits. Same for strikers, any hit that happens procs a stack. And yeah, this is common verbiage again as well for a lot of MMO style games, which Division kind of fits into. And yeah, very handy term to know, because I will quite often talk about, for instance, you know, needing to get a kill to, for instance, proc killer, or yeah, having your crit chance be high so you can proc obliterate consistently. There we go. Because that one is one that quite often people had questions about. And now we go back to Eclipse. Eclipse. You know what? We'll go with the glass version this time. Just also faster. Stacked video. Trigger would also be a good, but yeah, I don't want to use, because that also then, you know, by itself is, but trigger generally as well is not for, so at least I use it in that way. So anything that has multiple, for instance, stacking on it, like we use proc, but as a trigger is usually like more like, yeah, this triggers that, but a trigger I usually use more, for instance, for just a singular thing. So yeah, actually, for instance, for killer. Now maybe we do add trigger as a separate thing. Although trigger, I feel most people will know that, right? This triggers that. Next up, tick rates, which is two things actually, which we'll talk about. I feel that's more like the way that I use it, is like proc is something that, yeah, has stacking to it, and then trigger basically is just a singular thing. But also I actually thinking about it not exclusively. I don't use it exclusively that way. But I feel trigger is like they'll know. Yeah, let's talk about tick rate. And next up, a term that is closely related to tick, of course, and this is tick rate. So the tick rate is actually two things. We'll discuss both of them. So first of all, it's, for instance, in Division, Pestilence, for instance, ticks once per second, so it has a 1 second tick rate. In the case of, for instance, fire and such, actually, it's twice a second. So every second, if you have fire on an enemy, or bleed, or basically any of the status effects, they are twice per second. Same for the Val as well. It ticks away at them twice per second. And that's, for instance, when we talk about fire, it has a tick rate of twice per second. So that is important, because if we're kind of comparing damages and such to other things, you need to know that, because otherwise you'll have it's damaged if you think it's just once per second. The other way that this gets used, which is also much more for online games and such, but also actually applies, for instance, in the Division as well, for when we are talking about, for instance, DZ and PvP. And that is how often basically the game and the server kind of communicate with each other, and how fast basically the interval is between actions. So especially with games with low tick rates, what will happen is that what the server thinks is happening and what this client thinks is happening is going to be much more out of sync if it's just, 10 times per second, which like really old games. But even, for instance, with Division, going from Division 1, which had a much lower tick rate in the DZ, where things would get out of sync quite often, which meant that people would jump around a lot more because the server was not in sync with the clients basically less often. In Division 2, we have a higher tick rate and connection tick rate basically. And that means that things look a lot smoother. The people are in the positions that they appear to be. And of course, yeah, sometimes that breaks with some lag switching. But without that, yeah, that's the tick rate. So yeah, a term that is used in two ways for online gaming. And yeah, depending on the context, it should be really clear which one we're kind of talking about. Because it has to will not overlap. Okay, that one's 2 minutes, but that's fine because we save sometimes with the others. Buff, debuff. Yeah. And going on to buff, and it's by extension debuff. So buff, as a term, gets used quite a lot in online gaming and just gaming in general. So it is basically giving an advantage in some form to either yourself or your teammates. So for instance, in the case of the FI here that I have equipped, we're giving ourselves and our team, and well, we have the chest as well on here. So we're going to 25% total weapon damage group wide, as long as they are at full health, for instance. And buffs and debuffs are generally just, yeah, we imply it like that. And then as well, one of the things is on the ammo bar there, for instance, just underneath the ammo, that is actually our buff debuff bar. So most of our buffs and debuffs show up there, except for instance, weapon talents, which show up usually on the weapon itself. And then debuffs are the extension of that. So when we apply, for instance, this 9th shot of the Scorpio, which gives a damage debuff to an enemy, well, as well, for instance, the pestilence is a debuff upon the enemy. We also quite often use that to differentiate between status effects and debuffs, for instance, in the case of the pestilence specifically. But we can debuff an enemy to do certain things. So for instance, for them to take more damage, but even for instance, foaming an enemy, you could consider that a debuff to their movement. And yeah, very simple term, but yeah, one that quite often gets missed. So just to make the full list, let's actually include it. There we go. 135 still. That's fine. I was afraid I was going to go way long. Ads. Which is, of course, me hitting the ads button. Actually, I should totally put that, right? I should do this, and I should say, yeah, this is just advertisement, and then actually put a mid-roll ad exactly at that point for the people that like are watching it. Yeah, I feel I need to do that actually. Yeah, let's do it that way. And seeing as we don't need inventory, we'll just let's see how we do this actually. Let's put this like this, so we have that as well here. Yeah. Next up is actually, I was looking at the list there. Next up is, because we could also show it in action. Oh, yeah, nah. We can show the... Nah. Yeah, let's... Funnily enough, there is now ads rolling actually on Twitch, which is kind of funny. Yeah, let's talk about this. And next up is ads. And yeah, this video is brought to you by... yeah, I did put a mid-roll there just in case it got some people there. But yeah, ads, as we kind of quite often use it in MMO terms, is additional enemies, basically. So additional enemies coming in from the sides or such. This usually gets used more so in MMO style games of when we're fighting a boss, more stuff spawns in. But in general as well, this is just basically just the normal enemies running around that we just can quite easily kill. They don't require any special attention or such. But we might just say, you know, we have to kill 4 ads and then the next wave spawns, something like that. And yeah, it's a very simple term, but yeah, if you don't know it, now you do. Should remember to put that mid-roll there as well. Hey. Yeah, I did put a mid-roll. Yeah, I can go in there. Next up, I feel... Is there a good image of like Division 2 tanks? What are good images for these guys? Ah, funny. Most of the tanks are going to mini tanks, actually. Even though that's actually the term for them. Oh, actually, yeah, we could go. That's a good idea. Then we don't also need to use anything from somewhere else. Progression. Database. No, so not that. What is it? Field data. No, not this. Wait, isn't there a... Is it we have... Where's the collectible subset for the enemies go? Or is that just... Or is that... These are the named of that faction. But also see if we can find a... Although, no, these don't have pictures. Or am I just not... Like, is that not a thing? Maybe that's actually not a thing, and I'm just imagining that it was. Or is it this? Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is what I was looking for. And he does now. You can tell it's weekend based on the players. The one right now. Oh yeah, it's always busy on the weekends. How about adding what is status vectors and what is not? Not a bad idea actually. You know what? We'll add that to the end of the list. Actually, yeah, no, where we'll put that? We'll put that after CC. Yeah. There's actually a simple way of knowing. So. Then we need to copy this. And actually, if you guys have any of those like kind of things of like, hey, this might be a good idea to add. Then feel free to say so. Because yeah, we'll add that in actually. Notice also it broke there. We'll add that after later on CC will show up, and then we'll put the status flag. Although I should put it next to, I can always move these around as well. I should maybe put it next to the buff debuff. So wait, where's are they always at the end? Yeah, hyena tank, outcast tank, 3-cent tank. Okay. Yeah. And next up we go to in this case, heavy and chunga, which is actually in-game term for them is tank. Although we use the tank generally for actually a different type of enemy, which is this one with the Black Death controller and their mini tanks. That's usually what we call tanks. And then the heavies, I mostly call them heavies, but especially people coming from Div 1 as well, or especially in the raids, they get called chungas quite often. And what they are the heavily armored enemies that will go up against, in the case of the hyenas and the Black Tusk with that well, LMG or minigun, basically, but both of them are basically heavy guns. Of course, in the Outcast version with their sledgehammer and with the 100 RPM of the True Sun's tank as well. Although, yeah, as we said, so we mostly call them heavy and chunga. That is basically just a verbiage for them. The game, though, does call them tanks. Next up, we go to... Yeah. Totally have forgotten what that one was. No, when Aaron Keener first outfit coming back. We wouldn't know. They seem basically kind of random. I've been rerunning some of them here and there, so sometimes some become available again. They'll rerun a bundle and stuff. But yeah, when... No idea. Likely on their end, they basically don't know till the week either. They'll just go like, let's do that one again. Actually, for this, let's go to the bounty. I could have also gone to the bounty screen, actually, and tried to find a heavy. Above their heads, which also includes actually rogue agents, although their name is rogue agent. All of those are named. Now, boss specifically refers to, for instance, the last name of a mission, which drops basically the tactical assessments, for instance, in a mission and the key. For instance, in the case of a bounty here, from left to right, basically the right one is the boss. So in this case as well, the lampad, as it has here, he drops the key, he drops 2 items. He is also the only person, for instance, that has an increased chance at a chameleon. And that's actually important when we come to things like, for instance, the bighorn in the summit. It isn't that any named in the summit can drop the bighorn. It is only boss enemies. And that means that when you're going to floor 10 and trying to farm it there, for instance, when you're leaving one enemy alive and going back to the lobby after each boss skill, because there'll be one named, that named will be also the boss. He has a chance of dropping at 5% in this case, or in that case, on Legendary Summit. On floor 90, you might think you have a better chance, but it's 2 names and then 1 boss. Only one of them counts as a boss. Same here with all of these bounties. For instance, on Heroic difficulty, two of these enemies are basically named. One of them is the boss, and for instance, that boss has the chance of dropping the chameleon, and they'll also be the one that drops the key. And yeah, we even get to do some educational stuff beyond just explaining. What is that? I feel most people will go like, I know what a boss or a named is, but do ya? Do ya really? As it turns out, most people don't. Next up, CC. Che. Should I just say it like that just to make it extra confusing? This is a che build. It does some che. It does some che. It shakes its booty with some che. Yeah. Wait, let's leave that. So I accidentally hit the button too early. Yeah, let's go with this one. And for our next one, CC, crowd control, which is usually the abbreviation used for that. Of course, it can sometimes be different things, but generally when we're talking video games, it is about crowd control, especially in video games like this, where that actually exists as a function. So in the case of Division, that is very much a realm of, for instance, an Eclipse, although of course a lot of builds can do it. And it is effectively controlling the crowd, especially that they either are debilitated in their ability to do damage back, for instance, in the case, for instance, with a Fire Eclipse on Heroic, but then as well, for instance, their ability to just actually move around with a Foam Eclipse is also crowd control. As you're controlling the crowd, keeping them in place, letting your allies kind of do their work. Now, when we're usually talking about CC, and usually, for instance, the terms for pure CC get used, that is mostly referring to things like you're running Jammer Pulse, Blinders, and Foam or such. It can also just not be the build. It can just be, I CC that guy by just, foaming him to the ground with a red build even. So it basically refers to applying status effects, mostly in Division 2, just to debilitate the enemy in some form. And of course, yeah, Eclipse is the king of that for Division. Yeah. And actually, next status effect. Or is it actually here? Yeah. Just gathering my thoughts there. And Hideguni. Yeah. And next up, a term we used there a second ago, status effect. Now, we discussed this a little bit as well with buff and debuff, and buffs being different, or debuffs especially, than status effect. And that is actually important to know. The list of status effects that are in Division 2 is basically the list of hazard protections. So here, starting from this bleed, basically underneath hazard protection, in the stats screen, you can just always have the list at the ready, just so you know it. Basically everything underneath that. So bleed, blind, deaf, or well, usually blind, because deaf doesn't really apply in Division 2, although in Division 1 much more so. Burn, disorient, disrupt, ensnare, poison, and shock. Ensnare being foamed and such. Disruption, of course, being jammed. And then disorient, disorientation, or being... wait, what's the other term for disorientation? That sometimes gets used? I had it in my head and I totally lost it there. Or maybe we just skip that. The game kind of uses it on challenges and stuff. I always forget it as well. until we see it on those. Confused. Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes for challenges, it uses the term confuse this many enemies, which, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for reminding me, especially. Yeah, let's try that again. And next up, a term I used a second ago, a status effect. And also we use it as well with when we're talking about debuffs and that they are different than status effect. And it is actually important to know that. So for the list of what is considered a status effect, you can kind of come to this list in the stat screen underneath hazards. Basically, the whole list of resistances here is the things that exist as status effect. So bleed, blind deaf, burn, disorient, disrupt, ensnare, poison, and shock. Now, in the case, for instance, as well, with the disrupt, sometimes the term jamming gets used. For disorient as well, confuse is basically the same as disorient, and sometimes the game uses that interchangeably. And yeah, it is actually important to know these because these are status effects. That also means they're affected by status effect generally, depending on the source. So for instance, with the Scorpio, it is depending on how many pellets it hits. So you do need to read the talent, but if you're just applying it with a skill, for instance, let's say we're using a jammer pulse to get some disruption out, that will get affected by status effect, and then debuffs generally don't. In the game world as well, things like status effects usually have an orange visual to them, and debuffs have a red icon above the enemy. And yeah, usually debuffs do not benefit from things like status effect and such. So it is actually important, or the status effect stat especially. So it is important to know which ones are and aren't status effects. There we go. We got there. Wait, how long was that? 128 still. Okay. How long have we been going already, and how long do we have left? Because yeah, it adds up. Everything is like a minute. Oh, we're on 25 minutes so far. And yeah, there's a lot of terms. We just have to go through all of them. Next up is spec, which is a specialization. Yeah. Actually, we should also talk about spect into and stuff. Yeah, let's use both. Next up, spec. Usually when we're talking about spec, we're talking about specialization, at least usually I am. And that is, of course, just our specialization picks and which weapon we basically get with that. And of course, the grenade and also some of the perks. And they can matter because for some builds, especially for instance, technician, for some of the skill tier builds, or if you're running a capacitor in some form, makes a lot of sense. You know, things like sharpshooter for specifically headhunting builds and such. Then we also have things like spect into, which quite often gets used in that way. And that means that we've put our intention has been going to that. So for instance, on a build like this, on an Eclipse, I've spec'd into especially some status effect. Wait, what? I got totally thrown off by why is this skill haste? my brain just completely stopped there once I saw that. Why is this a skill haste? I guess at some point I was... Is this other glove fine? Okay. What was it? Yeah, what was that? A skill haste. Let me get you up here as well. For a second. Hey there, Funky. Did you hear about the guy who invented the knock-knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize. Let's all groan together at Funky. God damn it, Funky. But yeah, hey there. What causes it besides Scorpion? Just like a useless status. No, because you can poison enemies with open world stuff. And that will get affected by status. But yeah, we don't apply much in the form of poison because partially as well, it would be poison. Yeah, eats away health. So it could be, if there were good ways of applying poison, that could be, game breaking in several ways, because you could kill an enemy that has like billions of armor just by killing their health, right? So that's why they don't give you many places to kind of. But sometimes, for instance, yeah, it does affect, DCD when you blow up those vats and stuff. The status effect gets applied to that. Well, it's they're not best in slot because they're actually sometimes annoying and get in the way. But yeah, in on my eclipses, I usually have the glove slot just so I can make it a BTSU for, because if I'm swapping this to be a foam eclipse, I'm gonna go in my stash. I have a mask, I have a courier. Those two come in, and then this can be either this or a BTSU. So it being a glove slot is like by choice, and that also then kind of excludes the snow machine. Okay, so some missions, we're not done. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, it's intentional as well that they don't give us too many ways of getting poison, because it just eats away at health, which, or well, bypasses armor basically. So yeah, let's try spec again, and then not have this chest kind of completely throw me off by being skill haste. And next up, we have spec. And generally what I use this for to mean is specialization, a shortening of that. So which specialization we go with. Of course, it is important sometimes to discuss what spec we are going with, as for instance, the technician with its launcher and its ability to have +1 skill tier can be really good for skill builds. Mortar builds require kind of demo. Sharpshooter builds work really well with the rifleman spec. But then also as well, one of the ways it gets used quite often is spec'd into. So for instance, in that way, for instance, I've spec'd into having, in this case, several of the picks, for instance, in specializations of the weapon types. Although as well, it is a way of kind of defining if you, for instance, in the way of here, we've spec'd into status effect, for instance, with this Eclipse build. And that's just defining that we're going for a certain stat. So you could have, for instance, if you're going with a big horn, you might, for instance, even make a striker where you're spec'd into having headshot. So it does get used like that. That's both of the verbiages. But usually it is, if it's just talking about a spec, that's the specialization. Spec'd into means just we have chosen to go with a certain stat. $49. Yeah, let's we're getting there. Yeah. These are the more annoying ones. Adaptive. Let's go back to striker with obliterate. Actually, I might do these three together. And neither are these. Good one. All depends on what. Yeah. Although nowadays it's capped at 2k health, so we can't have infinite numbers anymore. Because it was actually interesting to see some people that were, they had into like millions of health. And then one of the things with health was as well that, things like Hunter's Fury, they give 20% armor on kill, but they give 100% health on kill. So when you're at 2 million health, because both of them work the same way, and you were like, in those cases, they had like a cheated millions of amounts or millions of SHD, for instance, or even into the million. Yeah, they had like a ton of health. Yeah, let's do this combo. Next up, we're going to discuss a combo because basically we need to discuss both of them as they're basically related to each other. One being additive, the other being multiplicative. And this is basically implying what it's doing in the background. So for certain stats, they are additive to themselves and then multiplicative to others. This is actually all of the stats. And this also quite often gets misused as well. As a lot of people will talk about, for instance, DTA or DTalk being multiplicative without actually defining the other part, because both of these terms basically require a certain thing, which is that it needs to say to itself or to others. Otherwise, you're kind of missing an important part of that discussion. Generally, the part we're concerned about is to itself, because in Division, most of the things are multiplicative to each other. So weapon damage is multiplicative to, for instance, let's say crit and such, except for a few exceptions, of course, where crit and headshot are additive to each other to the same pool before they multiply against the others. There's, of course, a whole in-depth guide on this if you want to go more in-depth into it. But at its core, stat pools, so for instance, weapon damage, damage to targets out of cover, DTA, DTH, crit damage, and then headshot together as one pool. All of those are additive to a pool, and then they multiply against each other. In general, nothing really in Division 2 except for Intimidate and the stacking buff of Hunter's Fury could be described as multiplicative in the way that most games use it, which is multiplicative to itself. Because if you have two sources of DTalk, if we were to have Fox's Prayer and we would have on the weapon some damage to targets out of cover, they don't multiply against each other. They are additive to each other before they multiply against the rest. And generally, that is also the way to kind of actually talk about these stats is additive by itself doesn't mean much. You need to actually say, for instance, that it is additive to itself and then multiplicative to others. And for instance, in the way of crit chance or crit damage and headshot, they are additive to each other as well, and then multiplicative against the rest. That against the rest or against themselves is a very important part of it, which gets left out, and yeah, which leads to people saying things which I completely disagree with, of damage to targets out of cover being multiplicative, when honestly it isn't. It is working in the same way as weapon damage is. It is additive to itself and multiplicative to each other. That doesn't mean that it isn't better, but the reason it is better is because it's a separate multiplier, which we'll explain in a second. How long was that one? That one felt way too long, but also it's 3 minutes. But also it's 2 terms, so actually yeah, 2 1.5s. But yeah, I got to go on my rant there about DTalk not being multiplicative. It's not. Stop it, people. Stop calling it multiplicative. It's not, even if it was multiplicative, even if it was self-multiplicative, that's not the reason Fox's Prayer is good. It's much more so that it's a separate multiplier. And because of that, it isn't diminished to hell. Next one up as well, one of the things that we quite often use to discuss some of the damage calculation parts of the game, which is AMP, which stands in for amplified, which is also why we have both terms up there. And what AMP is, this gets used in the game verbiage as well. So for instance, with Glass, it says all damage you deal is amplified by. And what amplified actually kind of implies is that it isn't additive to anything else. So when the talents are talking about being amplifieds, they basically are trying to tell you that they don't add into some place else, like total weapon damage, for instance, which is also a stat. Because if you have, for instance, Vigilance and Obliterate on a build, those two are additive to each other again, and then multiplicative against the rest. most cases, when we are talking about amps, they're basically single source. So they're just nothing. They're a separate multiplier onto themselves because there's just nothing else that would feed into that pool. And that always means that in effect, they are multiplicative because there isn't anything to be additive to themselves. They're just multiplicative to the others. 110 or 111 actually, but close enough. Yeah, let me catch up if I missed anything here. Yeah. Next up, we're going to talk about a term that I quite often use, and that is separate multiplier. And that is just to define that which stats kind of fit together and which don't. Because especially one place that it isn't perfectly clear is that, for instance, all weapon damage here and specific weapon damage, so I'm, for instance, holding an AR here, those two are together in one pool, and together they are a separate multiplier. And everything that is a separate multiplier is going to multiply against the other things. So in this case as well, the things like crit damage and then headshot together are a separate multiplier together. They are two different stats, but yeah, they do add together, and that makes them together a separate multiplier. But then things like armor damage or damage to armor is a separate multiplier. Health damage is a separate multiplier. Damage to targets out of cover is a separate multiplier. And that is actually the thing that, for instance, makes damage to targets out of cover that beneficial, especially, for instance, on high-end builds, as long as you don't per se need the crit chance. So yeah, on Striker, for instance, it isn't actually a great pick to go with a Fox's Prayer. But on, for instance, high-end builds where we have enough crit, we go with the Fox's Prayer, and it isn't that it is multiplicative, as we kind of pointed out there, because it isn't. It is additive to itself and a multiplicative to each other, in the same way that, for instance, the weapon damage is and such. So it works in the same way. So trying to define and say it's because it's multiplicative, it's better. No, it is that it's a separate multiplier, and especially a separate multiplier that we can't actually fill in that much. As we go into it, we'll have diminishing returns. Actually, yeah, I realize now. That the term to follow this one up with, as we're kind of getting towards the end of the list, but I'm going to add a one in here, which is diminishing returns, because yeah, we need to actually... So where's this one? Separate multiplier. Diminishing returns. So let me actually just put that in the, because I'll use the added status effect already, right? I'll use that post I have in the Discord as kind of the thing. So interesting. Why does it it actually like expands it there? That's actually, I would have expected it to just shift and just, but yeah, it actually made it bigger here. That's interesting. What's actually kind of a good way? Yeah, let's try first, and then if I kind of feel I'm feeling this one might take a few takes because I haven't actually thought about want to explain this. Although, yeah, we'll just do the obvious one. And that then brings us to diminishing returns. And what diminishing returns are that in an additive system, additive to itself, multiplicative to the other pools, in those pools, if we can add 10% outside of a pool, so for instance, with damage to targets out of cover, that is a separate pool, and that will increase our total by 10%. Within a pool, if we're just adding 10% into a pool, especially a pool that is heavily filled in, like weapon damage here, with 100 all weapon damage bonus and then a 30 assault rifle damage bonus on top, when we add 10% on top of this, we don't get 10% in return. I need to actually know how much that is. So going from 240 divided by 230, how much is that an increase? So 4.3%. I knew that one. I should have just gone with my gut there. I was like, it is 4.3%, but I wasn't sure. So yeah, let's be sure. Next up, we have the term we just used, diminishing returns. And what diminishing returns are is that within a system that has additive and multiplicative parts to it, and especially separate multipliers that may not be filled in, if we fill in an empty multiplier, so for instance, damage targets out of cover, if we add 10 there, for instance, to our weapon, we're gaining 10% there, whenever it is active, of course. If we're adding 10 weapon damage to, for instance, here, where we have 100 all weapon damage bonus, we have 30 assault rifle damage bonus. When we add 10% to here, we are getting diminishing returns. And what that means is that when we add 10% to this, we're not adding 10% on top in actual damage. At the end number, basically, our DPS doesn't go up by 10% the way it did if DTOC was empty and we add 10 DTOC. Instead, we're only gaining 4.3%. The multiplier is basically the new multiplier versus the old multiplier of a 240 versus a 230, basically, or a 2.4 versus a 2.3. That is not an increase of 10% fully, because there's already some stats in there. And that is the effect of additive to themselves systems. They basically give diminishing returns. Also, I want to highlight here, as there's always a lot of debate going around it, of like it being diminishing returns to scale or stuff like that. Those are economic terms. I use the mathematical terms. These are diminishing returns. The returns, which are diminishing. That's all that means. We don't need to go through terms like the scale, which is actually an economic term, which doesn't per se apply here. Just to get that in as well, as that's a debate that has always existed. So this, did I actually, so this is a separate multiplier, and then this is diminishing return. I'm willing to bet there's this one guy that always, whenever I use diminishing returns, kind of shows up in my comments. And yeah. We'll see if he shows up again. Calculation formula for clarity for sure. The thing is, that's kind of beyond the scope of this video. I already have that. I already have the in-depth guide. I'll also actually talk about. Actually, yeah, we should do a segment, because that's. I was gonna include that in a segment here, but I kind of didn't. Actually, you're not wrong. So maybe add that as a segment here. Also, actually, let me add this to the description file already as well. That there. I forget. So let's take these terms away, and then we'll just. Yeah. So first, that's beyond the scope of this, but I'm gonna just bring up that, yeah, there's a guide to it and just link to it. Because like trying to actually go in depth into it like this is by itself an hour-long thing, which already exists. It's already in China. So this lexicon has everything. And thank you so much, there, amazing Peter. Yeah, let's highlight this one. And seeing as we tackled a bunch of actually calculation terms, basically with the weapon damage calculations ones, specifically, although actually they apply to the skills as well. If you want to go much more in depth into that, that already exists. As I made a guide way long ago from this, as this is from, actually it's so old that yeah, it doesn't actually even have those update things that I've added to my guides much later. But yeah, if you want a much more in-depth look into those, much more so than just the lexicon of them, because that's what we're kind of concerning ourselves in here, go and read this guide or its accompanying videos. Go watch those, as I go much more in depth than, yeah, we can go here without making this hours long. Also, as well, let me actually in the description after, so this is after, oh, actually I haven't added those in here. So, you know, so this is status effect. And then here I have the separate multiplier diminishing returns. And then the image guide. Yeah. We have 3 more terms. Yay. We're getting there. Read all this. I mean, the people that are interested into it. Because the thing is, yeah, they're not like, they can also watch the video that heard that. There's also those terms. It's just the basics there. But yeah, you have to, especially, you know, like we're trying to explain actually diminishing returns and stuff. Like you require a whole graphic and stuff and stuff, and you know, tables and stuff. So that's a much longer explanation than we have time for here. But I feel that's a good way of doing it. We just, you know, we gave the basics there, and then if people are like, wait, I still didn't get it, or I want to know more. Would you like to know more? I will go with Peter in the future. Yeah, let's go with meta, which is, of course, totally from most effective tactic available, except it isn't. Next up, we go to meta. And what meta is, and there is a good backronym for it, but it is a backronym. This isn't actually where the term comes from, which is most effective tactic available, which kind of gets brandished around as it. It is actually a good descriptor for it, and yeah, a good backronym. Backronym meaning that it got later on, after it became a term, it got acronymed in that way. What meta actually is from meta-analysis. So meta-analysis doesn't just include in-game numbers, basically, but actually what works best, basically. So for instance, in the case of Division 2, for instance, a chest striker, if you're just looking at damage numbers, does a lot more than, let's say, an obliterate striker. So you would maybe go like, oh, that could be the highest damage one, so that might be the best pick. But then in gameplay terms, we see that getting a 200 stacks is actually pretty hard. So going for a 100 stacks one becomes the general meta. And what meta in effect actually becomes is that generally as a community, we decide, we discuss things and we go like, oh, this works well. And people go and try it and go like, yeah, that worked well. And then we all go like, oh, that worked well. That might be the meta. So for instance, as well with Headhunter, with Determined being, for instance, a meta for getting 5 directives and getting very easy, of course, with Determined to get some XP in. Those things are basically just community driven. That's also the important thing about this, because yeah, it comes from meta-analysis, from outside the game analysis. Because, for instance, what this also in other games means is that the meta choice is, for instance, not always the best choice, but it's the best counter choice. In RTSs, you see this quite a lot, StarCraft being one of the go-tos, as, for instance, due to patches and stuff in the past, for instance, a certain faction would become stronger than the others. Let's say Zerg becomes the best. Then what it becomes, the counter pick to those to go Protoss, and then the meta picks become the items that, or the units that work best against, in that case, Zerg, for instance, back in those days. And this has always existed in a lot of games, where the meta is not per se just the best, because the best is, of course, very nebulous, but so is meta, because, of course, meta will mean different things to different people as well. But generally, when we're talking about the meta, we mean pretty effective things within the scope of it. Because also a secondary thing to this is, and as we're going a little bit long on this one, but usually there is a certain meta for a certain thing. So for instance, there is a meta for legendary, which is, for instance, to run chest strikers quite often, although obliterate strikers quite often as well, together with a foam eclipse. That is the go-to for there. For instance, for Iron Horse, depending on which of the bosses, you might need a tank and a healer. The meta then becomes to have those in there, of course. And that's also the thing, because the meta is not, for instance, in this case, when we're looking at a striker like this is the general meta, and that's what we're usually talking about as a meta. But of course, yeah, for 5-directed farming, hotshot, for instance, if you go into incursion, now, of course, for instance, a chest striker makes a lot more sense, but then also a chest striker that is set up at 60 crit chance, which is completely different than one that is set up basically for heroic countdown, which has a different meta, basically, striker, which we put at 51 crit chance generally. So because we're expecting a bunch of coyotes, because there's 8 people there. So the meta shifts depending on the content. There is certain metas for certain things, and then there is general metas. A long one, but yeah, I want to get everything in. So that's the weapon damage idea. So how long was that? That was by itself almost 4 minutes, but yeah. Meta is kinda hard to explain short. Although, well, you can, but it's you won't get the full scope like that. Indeed, all the things and the steps. Yeah, let's go to DPS. $10.35 divided by 60. 17.25 right now. Although, let's go with, do I just have a red build? Something red. Not really. At least not on this character. Let's go to chest striker, actually, just to shift it up. And next up as well, a kind of wide term, but we'll try to define it here, and that is DPS. And what DPS is, damage per second. So damage per second is kind of the usual calculation that we use to kind of figure out which weapons or builds might be better choices, as that it can become a comparison point. And this is especially what it is at its core, at least for burst DPS, as there's also a sustained DPS. But here we're going to kind of keep it to burst DPS. What it is whatever damage you're doing times how many times you're doing that damage, basically. So in the case, for instance, of a striker here with a FAMAS, we're doing 1035 RPM, so rounds per minute. Then if we want the second version, or at the seconds mark, basically version, we're just going to divide it by 60, taking a minute to a second, making it RPS, rounds per second. And that is actually 17.25 in this case. And then whatever we hit for, basically, and usually we, for instance, in DPS calculations, we take it to an average shot where we combine the crit chance and the non-crit chance number times the crit chance percentages to get a certain number that we use as our average shot, which will be as a representation of like what the shots will be in between the crits and the non-crits. And that gives us a DPS. Now, of course, that DPS is just a number for the build and at the certain things that we have. So for instance, if we're putting it at 200 stacks with a striker, that is just 1 DPS at that point. And what we can use that for is as a comparison point, because of course, as we shift RPMs, as we shift damages, if you're just comparing crits to crits, for instance, I can hit, a decent amount with this FAMAS, but if I go, for instance, with a much slower firing weapon that hits harder, this number kind of goes up. Basically, our crits will be higher, but we need to always account that the RPM is kind of dropping. And that is an important part, and leaving that out leads to people, for instance, going with very slow firing weapons just because they do big numbers. But that doesn't mean anything if you're not doing that number as often as a different weapon that can do it more often, smaller numbers, but more often, and actually get better results. And did that make sense? Well, a kind of wide term. Kind of made sense, right? I feel as well, if we're doing DPS, we need to do time to kill. This is the TTK as well. Let me put that in both the Discord thing as well. Edit. Okay, and then here as well. So this goes here. Oh, that's not the right. It's not just the dash. There we go. No, like that. Hey, Randy. Back to it. Exactly. Just the resist there. So, do you want to see my DPS? Although it's much more like, hey, lady, want to make some diminishing returns with me? That's the actual flirtation line, right? Yeah, let's go with TTK as well. And that also leads us into TTK, time to kill. And that is a different way as well of going about things. As one with DPS, we're kind of just focusing on how much damage the build does within a second. With time to kill, we're also adding in basically an enemy, and we're making sure that we calculate out, or generally simulate even, how long it would take on average to kill that enemy. So what the time to kill is of a specific enemy. My preference generally goes out to DPS, as it is much more usable, I feel, as especially with time to kill as well. It becomes a question of time to kill what? And usually the answer of it is that you have a whole chart of it with basically all of the scalings, all of the difficulties and such, just to have a certain numbers. But time to kill is definitely a term as well that is important to know. Sometimes as well, this just gets used as a general way of talking about fast time to kill or slow time to kill, for instance, for PvP purposes, but also even in PvE. So a build can have a fast time to kill without even giving like a specific number, but just saying, this build has a fast TTK, so it can work pretty well to just blow through stuff, or it has a slow TTK, but then maybe it has other benefits in having a bit more armor or such. So this gets used in multiple ways. There is the specific way of using it as time to kill as a calculation, same as with DPS, but also it gets used sometimes as just in general to say, for instance, in PvP, the TTK is maybe too fast or too slow for what some people like. Yeah. Oh, that's... We're not there yet. I think this is the last one, right? Watch Alt. Yay. Yeah, that's good. And last, but definitely not least, we'll go to Watch Alt, which is also a term that we quite often use, sometimes interchangeably as well. People use the term mule or watch mule or mule alt or a combination of it, or watch alt mule. Mule generally for me more refers to a character that you set up to carry items. A watch alt we're just using for the watch points. So for instance, this, I'm inspecting my second account here. I have a main character here that is the character of that account, and I just now noticed that I left them on their 511 build there. And then, for instance, this character that exists there, this is going to become a watch alt. We have boosted them to level 30, although we should go to 31, although I did it for some shopping purposes and some testing purposes. As you always see, they have some festive deliveries, and it turns out that the hand basket also drops at level 30, although not very useful. What this is that we'll take them to level 40. So for instance, in this other case, although this is the hardcore actually... Oh, actually, I should go to Nokia. Let's do Nokia instead. So last but not least, we'll tackle Watch Alt. And what Watch Alt is, and sometimes interchangeably people will use the term mule or mule, watch mule, or watch alt mule, or mule alt, or any combination of it. Mule generally for me means more a character that you have set up to just carry items, and they're just basically overflow for your stash. A watch alt then specifically is a character that is going to be level to 40 just for their watch points. So here we're actually inspecting third account, Nokia, my third account. I have a main character there. They're kind of set up, but then alongside of them, because they have slots available, of course, for that, I have a hardcore, and then I have two watch alts. So in this case, this is, for instance, one that is already level to 40. They have a shade level, and I'll be using up their watch points, and then usually as well, I have one at their... double escape getting me there. It's actually... That's a good take as well. Oh. As sometimes my mouse, I have an escape button on there, but it's doing like, can I should just escape? I can go back to this character. Although I should, oh no, I can't hit escape here at all, can I? Yeah, third try, the charm. And lastly here, but definitely not least, watch alt. And this sometimes, of course, gets used interchangeably with mule, being either mule alt or watch mule, or any combination of mule, watch, and alt. It gets used. Generally, for me, a watch alt is a character that is just exists to use up their watch points. A mule, quite often, I more associate with a character that is basically overflow for your stash. So you're actually putting some items on them just for them to store that. So in this case, for instance, we're actually inspecting my third account, Nokia. So I have a main character there. Then as well, we have a hardcore, and then actually I have two watch alt slots. So for instance, this one is already at level 40. I have ran them through the DZ method and got them to level 40. And I can use up their watch points just to get some requisitions out of it, because we can get all of the resources and the field proficiency. And then as well, I have actually one ready to go kind of setup, although, well, they're running 6-piece OD here as they have some pieces of level 31 gear. But yeah, as you can see here, they have no SHD level. They're level 30 here still. And that is what watch alts generally are. So when we're talking about watch alts, it's just characters that get leveled up to level 40 just for their watch. This is actually a little bit different as well from just alt. So for instance, on main account instead, as I'll /inspect myself /inspect IKEA, and yeah, that's also a handy trick to know. On my main account, I actually don't have, for instance, watch alts. These are then alts. They are not existing there just to be recycled over and over again. That's usually what watch alts are. Alts by themselves are just just extra characters that you actually run. This is also important, for instance, for people kind of starting out. You do want to eventually, especially if you have a decent amount of playtime, fill up all 4 character slots, making just alts, basically. Because then when you get 1 point on one character, basically all of them get a point as well. And even sub 1000, that can be valuable because it'll let you have some resources and such. Watch alts then are specifically ones made to be deleted once they're empty. So generally, you do want to fill up all of the character slots. You don't want to be watch alting though, which is to delete them over and over again until you're into the several thousands. Because you have to kind of see it as time spent per returns on it in watch points. You can kind of guess how many you know how many watch points you're going to get. Above 1,000, basically, it's minus 800 that you get back in watch points. So you can kind of calculate out how much you're going to get in requisition points. And that doesn't become actually a worthwhile thing to do until you're into the 1500s at least. But just filling up the character slots is actually useful. And those are then just alts. A little much, but it's fine. On 252, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, let's take an outro. Does she still have I'll take Carol there. Yeah, there. Forget how this works. There we go. Day for night. So let's delete this one. Let's copy. Or actually what we'll do maybe, yeah, let's put this character closer to there. Do it differently. I still want the sign actually readable. Oh, the sign is dual-sided. I didn't notice that before. Although we could use the, oh no. Okay. It's kind of fine. We'll just leave that there. Oh, we can put it a little more. Maybe we do it. Wait, let's do it like this. The composition is off. Doesn't work. What did this character turn? Stay pointing that way. There you go. Yeah, then we can also do this. Yeah, let's do that. Copy, paste duplicates. So, find it there. There. There's one more here than there is here, actually. Maybe we just do this. Wait, there's two more there. God damn it. Wait, that isn't this line up either. Although no, wait. Hold on. Yeah, that lines up. Okay. We got there. Closer. There we go. Yeah, let's do an outro here and then we're done. Yeah. And thus we come to this end of this long list of terms. And I've been meaning to make this video for a while, as yeah, quite often people have questions of me of like, oh, what does this mean when you say proc? What do you mean? Or when we're talking about DZ names, what are those? And in this, of course, yeah, I try to just give all the terms and such. And as well, if you know new players and such, and they don't seem to know some of the terms, feel free to link them to this video. And yeah, I'm happy I got this out of the way, and we got the list there. And actually, if we, in the future, maybe find a lot more terms that we want to maybe highlight or such, but I feel we've hit a large patch of them here, we might do a follow-up video. But for now, we have these in the back. So yeah, thank you for joining me. If you did enjoy this video, please give it an... I was about to say, please give it a like, which is not a thing I say. Please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. Which let's try that again, because that felt weird almost to go there even. And thus we come to the end of this video. And yeah, I hope you found it informative, as yeah, I did want to make this video for quite a while, as it is a common requested thing, as people will ask me when I'm talking about a certain, some of these terms, as for instance, tick or dot or beautification or unicorns, what do I mean? And I can now just point them to this video. And of course, yeah, with everything timestamped and such, we can jump around and we can even give them an exact timestamp to this video and just explain it that way. And hopefully that'll also give them the interest to go maybe through the full list and catch all of them. And yeah, I've been meaning to do this for a while, so I'm happy to have gotten it out of the way, even though it was, of course, a lot of terms. Although as well, in the future, if we find even more terms enough to maybe make a follow-up video, we'll do that as well. But yeah, for now, thank you for joining me. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as it does help out. So I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. For future videos, we're going to go do that refactor build showcase. That'll be following this one up pretty shortly, I hope. And as well, again, there's a video I've been planning to do for a while, which is that what is DPS on 0? It has to be 0, and there's been some debate on that from time to time. And I do want to actually tackle that and actually show my case as to why I feel that DPS on 0 time should be 0 damage. So yeah, we'll go into that, a very math-heavy subject coming up with that. So yeah, thank you for joining me for this one. I hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. And then that'll be the outro for that one. And yeah, for those watching live, that is only for the video. I'm not actually, the stream will still keep going. Gonna delete those. Let's go back to the live. And actually, so yeah, I made this one as well in here. Let me just, because I sometimes use this, but because sometimes when I need some text is when I use this. Wait, what happened? Oh, it transformed, of course. Reset transform. Where's why can't I there find it? Is it locked? No. It's so far off screen that I can't even find it anymore. Why can't I reset the transform here? Oh, no, I can't. There we go. Because sometimes I use that for like if I need some text on the screen. So let's fix that up. Yeah. Let me make sure that that outro is also in that. In that, actually, how long is it all together? That's a lot of segments. Let's make sure everything's loaded. So that's 47 minutes in total, which actually, yeah, it's around the. I was hoping to keep it under an hour, and we definitely did that. So that's good. Yeah, let's go take this character back to the White House. Park him up in there. And actually, did I do my weekly descent? I didn't, right? No. But actually, descent has rotated now, right? Because maybe we get that in before we jump to Division 1, if it's still Wrath.
Combat simulation program.
It's
active.
Gluttony. But so for today and tomorrow. So Sunday it switches. Well, we'll see. Anything's better than Gluttony. I'd rather even have Sloth rather than Gluttony, honestly. So yeah, let's swap over to Division 1. I'm gonna quit out there. And oh, I mean, yes, that is a friend's request there. Yes. I'll accept that one there. Oh yeah, we're gonna swap over to Division 1. Let me go to the right scene as well, which is over here. I need to change my categories as well. From Div 2 to Div 1. Well, the game is booting up. As in Division 1, there is some there's global events going on, and I definitely wanna partake a little bit more in there. Yeah. Save that one. Let me get up here as well. I need tips indeed. I don't think they're gonna let me get placed. Likely as well. In this universe, he doesn't exist. This is actually the better universe. Surprisingly. With most of the humanity dead still. Yeah, nah, that's actually not. We might get there eventually, but I want to take actually, because let's go do some HVTing, because we definitely HVTs have reset. Yeah, let's do it with this character first. And also we can stay on him. One of the things I want to get done as well, although today, tomorrow, and Friday, or even Monday we have time, which is to get a weekly done. I have 2 weeklies done actually, but on these other 2 I need some missions done as well. Don't be shy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a hand basket.
Now entering
Even
a
though
safe
I,
area.
of course, yeah, I get that one wrong quite often as well. But yeah, we also need to do the dailies, actually. What are the dailies? Elite kills, weapon conversions, and LMB kills. Maybe I get those out of the way first. But then, yeah, let's get that out of the way on this character first. So yeah, weapon conversions. Yeah, let's get the dailies out of the way first then before we start on the HVTs. That's that one then. So elite kills and LMB kills, well, do I have the place for that? Although hopefully, well, they're getting hit, but that's also fine. We can still get ours quickly. Yeah, let's jump around all 4 characters and get the dailies quickly. Gluttony sexy, agreed. Gluttony could use a few more talents in there. If it had trauma and stuff, that would help it quite already. But yeah, I could use some more. Since watching your design analysis, busy canceling. Yeah, although that one was very lucky. I had like
Proximity coverage
I had 3 exotics. Like
Backup activated.
that would
System
make even
rebooted.
gluttony pretty easy. But yeah, that was. I think actually one of my fastest Nemesis solo kills, just because it ended up
You are
with
now leaving the safe area.
having everything procced and ready. But still, envy and stuff is, to me, like, much more easy. Well, there's slot actually for deep runs, if you've never seen what people are doing with Gunslinger plus Versatile plus Intimidate. Oh,
Confirmed. Area has been secured.
is he gonna go rogue? I mean, you can if you want to. I'm not gonna. I'll just die. Let's go over here, which is another LMB spot. Because we need 10 LMB kills.
I'll sweep the area.
Oh, actually, there's a patrol out here. Yeah. These guys as well. Elite. So we're getting that one done as well. It's not an extraction or anything, it's just murders. So even if we get murdered by other players or something, we'll just jump to a different checkpoint
Hostiles
and just...
detected below street level.
That's a lot of them. I'll go get my kills in between there. No, don't have the blueprint. Yeah, there won't be a blueprint for the handbasket. But yeah, they gave that one out. I've seen also a bunch of people be kind of like, oh, I got shitty rolls. The thing of it is that, especially for people that didn't do the project, having just that one, what it will open up for you is that you can now go and farm it from the loot button. As long as you have it, as long as you keep that one and then put it in the stash or put it on that character's inventory, you can go and try to get hand baskets instead of from the project, to try to get them from the hoarder. So there is actually a lot of value to that. Even if you get it with shitty stats, it opens up an option for you. Let's actually grab those 150. The shock got me there. It's annoying that, yeah, you can't met back. That's closer, right? You can't met back when you're shocked. So yeah, you can't like met back out of it. Shock is actually very disabling in Divine. And Divine is still like, yeah, same here. And especially, yeah, during these global end weeks, it's actually pretty busy in the terminal though. Doesn't know if there's a video explaining the finer spawn mechanics in Div 2. The territory and result seems completely random. What's the third area?
The last Manhattan. One.
You mean like past the... There's a... there is some mechanics to it which can be handy to know, especially positional or like facing dependent spawns. So a lot of spawns in the vision are actually dependent on when you're facing. Toasty had a good video on this. Let me go and find that. But in a lot of missions and stuff, it's sometimes facing dependent, sometimes not really. Kind of depends per spawn. What if I search for spawn? Oh, yeah. So link here to do you want to taste these videos? I'll put it in by chance. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Instead of I pasted instead of copying. There we go. Let's do this video, which will take you here. And yeah, how to change mission spawns is kind of the thing. But yeah, it's still, so in missions and stuff, it's kind of dependent. So usually there's like facing, some of the places facing is a consideration. Some places also not. And then some things like legendary and stuff, for instance, have some spawns that are kind of fixed and some that aren't. This room seems to ignore it. Yeah, there's plenty of rooms that ignore. Okay, but do you mean it's just in general? Because on that, there is actually some facing on the second wave. It kind of depends where you're facing, where they come over. So if the team is kind of facing to the right, although that's also the thing. Like if it's in a team, it's kind of summing the average of like where everybody is facing. Seems like, so you have less control there. But then also some places are just random and not facing dependent at all. Famous one is especially invaded the generator room in invaded federal emergency bunker. You could have the whole team facing one way and they will just kind of, because also yeah, some spawns are kind of fixed, because in that same room as well there's spawns that are fixed and will only kind of spawn from a certain row. Like for instance, that last wave with the two heavies and a 4-man and a unheroic stuff like that. So, but yeah, at least I don't think so that someone has gone through and just, you know, made in-depth ones for each area kind of.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Area secure.
Because then you also have things like, for instance, certain waves will always spawn certain things. Think of, for instance, if you're going through Lincoln, for instance, you know, it's not completely random what is spawning, which is that, for instance, there's that wave that spawns before the first boss, the heavy outside. The last wave that spawns before that is, for instance, all elites, and then, you know, grenadiers and rocket launcher ladies. Okay, we got our 10. Let's jump to the next character and do the same. As we get our dailies in. Might as well get some 300 in total. Well, actually, wait, shouldn't I go? No, this is fine. 300 diff tech. I can definitely use that. Most players need to be looking at this one. Somewhat. But we've done a little bit of testing on it. Sometimes just one person looking the wrong way is enough. Especially in groups, I'm not confident enough to say one way or another. So, but in general, it seems to be where most of the group is looking. But that could also just be that it's, you know, randomly picking one of the people as like the reference points. That would give kind of the same results without actually being kind of the summing of the group. In general, we try to just, for instance, with bounty choosing, face everybody one way or something. Just if everybody's looking that way and it is facing dependent, then it definitely will happen. But there's also then a lot of waves and places. It's not everywhere. It's definitely, there are places that just are fixed spawns basically, or set spawns, or like they must spawn here or there.
Best deals in the city.
As for instance, let's say viewpoint as an example, in that first room where there's like that globe thing, you know, that holographic globe, that is very facing dependent. You know, the first inside one basically, once you're past the garage. That one is very facing dependent. If you face the right way, they will definitely spawn there. But then you have the area after that where they are kind of, I just know the area after that, but well, actually that one too. But then, for instance, the one where, yeah, they come from the doors and stuff for the EMP hits. They're just spawning, you know, specifically from certain doors in a certain order. But then even the wave after that is also fully fixed, except for one wave that kind of is facing dependent. So again, it's all over the place. And then when you get, for instance, to the place where you're defending the laptop, the computer, that is then 100% facing based. You can completely make it spawn from one door if everybody's looking at the same door. So even within a mission, it can go back and forth between them. Yeah, let's jump around on characters and get all of the dailies in, because they will reset actually by 2 o'clock tonight. I will likely go pretty late today. I'm hoping maybe later on, if we can find a few like-minded people, we might go for some legendarying. We'll see how that goes. I wouldn't mind farming some legendary. Do I prefer Div 1 over Div 2? No. Overall, if I had to just pick one, I would pick Div 2. But once in a while, especially now that there's a global event on, for instance, in Div 1, I do enjoy it as just, you know, a change of pace. It's enough different that you know, we get to farm some builds here, make different things, try to min-max in here.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Just enough different that it feels like a vacation. These two have been hit. I always forget actually. So there's also one of these is LMB, right? But we'll just go for these two again. Let's go for that one. We'll come from this side as well. But especially with the global events and stuff, I do quite enjoy me some Div 1ing.
Transmissions jammed.
Although this global
Proximity
event I'm
coverage
not
only.
the biggest fan of per se.
Backup activated. System rebooted.
It's also not bad, but it's pretty
Warning. Entering
simple at its base thingy. Although most of the global
Now
events in
leaving the safe
here
area.
and are. That's 3 elite enemies. And actually getting that patrol there's 7 enemies in here that just respawn, so that works out. Because one of these landmarks is also exactly 7 enemies. So. I don't know goodness. The long arm seems completely 1 and 2. That's what that's why. Oh yeah, it's a mix. Although, well, it's also so. For instance, yeah, you have some things that are kind of random, but then you also have some things that are just set by that, basically. Yeah. Also, I'm actually not gonna loot because I'm not gonna extract. I've already done the extractions for all the characters for the weekly as well, so that's out of the way. Okay, we'll be quick about it and just get 10 LMBs and then on to the next character. This is one of the benefits of having multiple characters. We can get basically 300 div deck by doing some of the easy easy dailies. Usually doing the combat, the crafting, and the DZ one. And quite often the combat and the DZ one overlap. So for instance here, the combat one was do elite enemies, so I'll just go to DZs where it's elites anyway, so let's go out here.
Area secure.
And we just need to do some weapon conversions. I think that box over there is just a div deck, so I might take that. Because these just go to inventory right away. That's crazy. Go man on today. Unlikely. I don't actually have many builds set up that would work PvP wise, because a lot of my builds are set up with PFE or not PFE, DTE, damage to elites, which exists in Division 1 with the purple mods and stuff. So all of those builds would kind of be lacking for PvP. But yeah, also we're just dipping in there quickly, getting the 10 LME kills, and then getting out for a daily cash. Oh yeah, as well, actually, yeah. At the start of this week as well, with multiple characters,
Take a look.
I went and got my 4 supply drops, basically. Actually, having multiple characters has helped quite a bit in Div 1. What was it again? Weapon bar science. I wish we had this thing in Division 2 as well. Even just for if it was for tactical assessments and stuff. Because yeah, for weapons and stuff, I can see why you wouldn't want to do it this way. But here we can just set it to 3 and then just we craft once and we craft 3 of them. Instead of crafting, you know, 1 and then 1 and then 1.
You're gonna like what you see.
Oh, is that a pistol in here?
Your attention, please. Due to
I didn't pop the caches actually.
When you're ready to buy, I'll be here.
scheduled for Thursday afternoon. We apologize for the inconvenience. Your attention,
It's
please.
just
Tonight,
some lift decks,
in the commissary,
some resources, and yeah, I'm full on fabrics, but that's fine.
all are welcome to have a bit of holiday cheer.
Let's quickly clean this up. On to the next character.
See you soon.
We've got the chicken dance, yeah. It's one of the things actually in Division 1, when people go like, the DZ was better in Div 1. I always think back to just how much more chicken dancing it is. It's actually kind of down to as well, one of the terms we kind of define their tick rate. The tick rate is much lower in Division 1 in the DZ than it is in Division 2. It was actually partially, or speculation, but likely down to, you know, in Div 1, it's a 12-man server, basically, for that whole area. In Div 2, it's a 12-man, so they likely could increase the tick rate to, you know, and still be, you know, financially viable. Because especially I feel in Division 1, there's a lot more jumping around, and that's basically this, you know, the server catching up to like, oh, a person changed direction, and then like the prediction model had them going that way still, but then suddenly they're here because the server caught up, so they jump, kind of. That effect is very annoying. And I feel Division 1 has that definitely a lot more than Division 2 in its modes. That's the weapons. Anyway, we need some LMBs again. Let's actually see if we're on a different server. By the look of things, we are actually. Sometimes as well, when it's super busy, there's multiple servers kind of going for DZ, so you might not get the same
You're now
DZ
entering
twice
the
in a row.
safe
So
area.
you're going to go do the same landmark. What build am I on? Okay, Striker.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only. Backup activated. System rebooted.
Caution. Entering dark zone.
I know. We can get this patrol. We just need that landmark.
Now we're exiting the safe area.
Tango inbound.
It's the combat one then. Let's get the DZ one done. And then we'll jump to character one. And likely we'll just do the HVDs on character one.
Word, this is JT. Fire on target.
I actually like this build quite a bit. This is
Get that AO under control.
even over 9k stamina striker. And get to be pretty stupid, but it doesn't have the damage of the other strikers, definitely. But kind of actually feels like, and this I feel what is the closest in this game to a tech tank, basically. You get to be pretty stupid with it and get away with it, which I like because I'm pretty stupid, especially in gameplay sometimes. And each of these names as well as 150 GEs. Actually, farming the DZ is also not the worst thing for GE, although... Yeah, there's... Well, I'm gonna guess Lexington is actually much better by itself. And that's even not one of the better ones. And back out we go.
Confirmed. Area has been secured.
So actually, how much div tech am I back on? Oh, I'm on 2k. We'll spend... There's no shortage of things that I can upgrade anyway, so we'll get the... Everything gonna... We'll just spend that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind actually most of my characters having maxed that gear and stuff. And, you know, then we're one of the cool kids. And just doing the dailies every day chips away at that.
Attention. Leaving dark zone.
Because it can also take quite a bit to sometimes do one piece of gear. No, for that's max. I'm checking yours. Oh yeah. This it's also per character. Although even like character 1 is like I'm 67 or something.
Hey,
So
gotta see it.
even on that one I'm not 100. Also, later on, I feel, especially if you're just doing PvE stuff, you don't level that fast in Div 1 either. And Div 2 also not, basically.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
But in Div 1, even more so, or well, just as much so, I feel. Unless you're actually doing manhunt stuff and PvPing and stuff, I don't feel you level that fast. Past 40. Like, the numbers go up pretty high and the non-PvP actions don't give much.
I'll be in touch.
Yeah, I'd be... I mean, it's just it's got saved up for the last few days. I haven't actually spent the time to find what I can upgrade, because likely there's plenty of stuff I can upgrade. There's not going to be a shortage of that. But yeah, 300 a day is a decent amount. So if you use the ammo for leisure now over Lexington, I think it's a bigger mag, or maybe I just some emotional attached. It's not the worst, because the shock, at least in legendary, the shock has some value as well. Because in heroic, it really doesn't. Everything dies so fast that like them getting shocked doesn't save you that much. In legendary, a little bit more so. But yeah, the damage difference now. The thing is, for me, because I haven't ran a Lexington, or I haven't ran a Elmo in basically last season and this season. And the reason is that especially Killer and Measured, being so much higher damage talents than, you know, what we used to have before even, it feels pretty weak. Its actual max size and its shock can be kind of useful. And legendary, I could see it, but also in legendary, I'd rather have killer. And especially with top end builds, you can kind of trigger it pretty consistently and kind of, you know, benefit well enough, even in a group setting. That's our weapon conversions. Yeah, let's go get one last time over up here. Okay, or again a different server. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. We've had basically different servers each time, so there's multiple DZ servers going, which is nice. And thank you so much there as well, Minister, for the sub there. Wait, aren't you also a member on the YouTube end? You're helping on both sides. Although, yeah, very much appreciated. And yeah,
Supply drops detected.
especially
Uploading
doing so
coordinates.
for 6 months in advance, that is quite the vote of confidence in. Thank you very much. We'll be sure to waste that on some silly apparel, so don't you worry. Indeed. Yeah, that's kind of I was actually pretty close to like 4K not too long ago.
Jammed. Proximity
I basically
coverage
maxed
only.
out, or what I was about to
Backup
max out,
activated.
basically.
System
So-
rebooted.
but then I think actually on this character I did
Warning.
most of the
You are now
loadouts,
leaving the
so
safe
that
area.
there are 291s. At least the ones that I already know that I kind of
Warning.
like.
Entering dark zone.
So max those out, kind of. And yeah, it goes fast. Especially that made me also realize that I really need to look at armor as well on some of the some of the gear. Like if the armor is also much lower or something, because that will still take a ton of optimizations otherwise. If you want to max it out. Because I normally never look at that stats, but it turns out that it doesn't matter. At least for that. That's our elites in. And then we'll go finish up this daily, and then actually afterwards, I don't know if anybody out there is interested in joining me for that. I'm gonna go do a set of HVTs, because yeah, I have again 4 sets available of those to do, so might as well get one in. Well, the getting is good.
It's almost unfair. Michaels is down.
Gonna focus.
And I'm not even gonna loot anything because we're not gonna take it out, although except for div tech, of course. But and usually with this one as well, there's 2 people in the back here. But yeah, I'm not gonna loot any caches or such. We're just gonna get the kills and get in.
One's gonna plan this funny shit.
Area
And we did.
secure.
And let's get out.
Update. Supply drop is being claimed nearby.
Don't care. Or I'm not gonna care. But, you'll take speed to release end of May. You set the plan sell for 15. Oh, that's actually, if that is true, that's actually a lot cheaper than I would expect. I would expect it to be more 30. But we'll see if likely, yeah. There's a on April 23rd. There's a thing. Although actually, it's I don't think it's a special report. I think it's just because they're talking about a
Attention.
YouTube premiere.
Hazard levels.
So it's
normal.
likely just kind of like their last like video that they put out. It's just a video. But we'll see on the 23rd. So I need one more for a second. I know there's still plenty of time to get items. Because sometimes, yeah, trying to get one certain item is kind of hellish. I definitely know that feeling. Well, at least the ulcer is the easy part. If you get it, you get it, basically, because it might cost you a lot, but at least you'll have it, because it's one stat underneath. You know what, I'm actually gonna hang on to this one. So this predatory, free stat, and then destructive, so let's use them.
I'll be here if you change your mind.
I still have that in my inventory as well. What was my stash? Although I've just taken some of the thingies in. And yeah, I'm gonna go do a set of HVTs. I don't know if anybody's interested in tagging along. Great to say so if you want to. I don't think that's how it's gonna work out, Anders. Web working from well, 23rd. Which is actually, which day is that? It's gonna be a Tuesday, right? Oh no, it's Wednesday. Okay.
Hey, Agent.
I've already put out a tweet and stuff on it.
New agent has joined your team.
Then conflict, cheater, DZ cheaters, they don't even hide it. And especially Division 1, I mean, there is anti-cheat. It does work against some anti-cheats, but then, or against some cheats. But yeah, not all cheats. That's just not how anti-cheat ever really works. There's a lot of, especially in Division 1, it's also kind of, yeah, some people are blatant about it. Best you can do is report it, and hopefully it'll be a here and there action does seem to be taken sometimes. But yeah, it often takes too long, and yeah. It says pre-recorded, not live stream. Yeah, that's at least. Well, it also talks about a YouTube premiere, which yeah, you can't do a YouTube premiere with live stream. So likely it's just some pre-recorded footage and stuff, and we'll see actually what time, because they haven't put a time on it. Their last thing was that they would. Oh, I have to say some palm joining. Yeah, if anybody else wants to join as well, feel free to say so. I'll pay for the first one here.
To that one.
We'll go down the list. 38 crew. Also, actually, yeah, let me jump into a voice channel, just so that my allies don't have to have my explosions.
Let's get back to it.
You, no more explosions. Or what about if I like the explosions?
Well, then you're in the wrong global event, because this is Screams. This one is Screams.
Range fetish.
But yeah, how you guys doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, pretty good. Nice and relaxed day.
Friday.
Yeah, and actually in my case as well, I'm for once not working on the weekend, which is nice. Although, well, I'll be working tomorrow afternoon, but just for a few hours. But I won't be working on the evening, so I don't have to miss a stream. So that's kind of a rarity.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
I'm using an underdog weapon.
I mean, why are you sticking your weapon under a dog? I feel that's not... I feel that doesn't help recoil much, putting a dog under.
Well, the recoil on this one is great.
Actually, it might help a lot, actually, adding some weight on top, right? Maybe you can train the dog to kind of like wiggle with the recoil. Although I feel it would feel pretty bad for the dog, because... But what you going with then? IG-36?
Still on top. It was just stuck.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Well, actually, from
Heavily armored hostile
the
detected.
DPS levels and stuff, the G36 doesn't seem bad on numbers, and it's just handling is a little worse, right?
I actually think the G36 is more stable.
What?
Just shoots slower.
Yeah. But also it just jumps around, I feel, quite a bit, right? Or...
Well, I tested it and it just has a vertical recoil, but it goes up really slowly compared to the lightweight M4 or the LVO A6 AC. Sorry.
Or more just the accuracy. I mean, I should actually say it. So, like, when you're aiming, it doesn't go as much to the center. That's what I felt, at least with the...
I think, yeah, that kind of makes sense because
Readings
it's the
indicate
same
this
thing in
area
Division
is
2.
safe.
Yeah, it has
The
kind of...
accuracy
Might be
is
interested
jumping
in.
all over the place.
Thanks for taking that on.
It's actually, on DPS numbers, it's not doing too bad. Also, actually, I figured out as well the issue I was having yesterday. And as well, Heller kind of corroborated it as well. It's just, yeah, I didn't think of like the modifier is actually in step with the base damage. So they've kind of, if you actually divide on the other end, which would be basically the same as like multiplying on this end would be a
Warning.
division on the other
Now
end.
leaving the safe area.
They've basically made the modifier plus the base is 8003. So that's actually why the firearms doesn't matter at all. But then that didn't used to always be the case. That's also why I thought that it was different, and it was actually different. But that was. I didn't.
We're getting in the range of the random boss. Are we gonna kill him? So just let him free.
No, we're gonna get him. Because yeah, that's right around the corner.
Do you think the JT will join up with us? We just got
I noticed that I didn't
Active
know that
echo
before,
beacon
but
detected.
stability is kept on 60.
word is JTF fucked.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Does it just cap out at...
Yep.
So, okay.
I had the
That heavy
50
disappeared on
stability.
my screen.
I have 50 stability, and when I put the stability and the barrel on it, which gives me 13, I should be on 63, but I'm on 60.
Okay. Interesting, actually. Because more, I mean, it doesn't just say, like, with crit chance rates. Although actually in here it also doesn't say it, right? Although actually in here, I'm also not sure. Is there again? One chance.
I don't know if there is a cap for a chance. Because if you have a Deadeye, it just puts it to 100.
I mean, yeah, but
But it's
that's
just a
like
special thing of
with
that.
Diamondback or something. That's like a talent creating a guaranteed crit. But one actually, yeah, I don't remember anyway. Well, also getting to 60 crit chance is not easy anyway.
I mean, you would need SMG, that's kind of like the only
Yeah, SMG plus like
vicious
pulse.
fears.
Yeah. Or no. Yeah, I'll catch up here. I need their name. I was wondering if I'm the only max I did with tech and all everyone else was finished for over 3 years. Well, you should spend those. But yeah, no, I'm definitely still using up all of those currencies and
You
stuff.
are now entering a safe area.
And
Does anybody know a guy called
Approaching marked
Gale?
location.
I'm sorry again.
Warning.
Gale or
You are
yeah?
now leaving the safe area.
Gale.
Not specifically. At least not that I remember.
Just bringing like, invite me, I need something to do as well. Like, what?
They might be watching the stream, or they might. I don't know if you have them on the
Yeah, I just
friends
asked, like,
list.
are you watching IKEA stream or not?
Hostiles
I
detected.
got a friend request from... I already forgot the name. But
Warning.
kind of like
Additional
looked
incoming
up if
hostiles
they
detected.
played Division 2 at all. In like the Riker website, they didn't play it at all, so I don't know who that is. I just declined it.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
No, nowadays I've given up on curating my friends list, especially on this account. I accept all comers. Also in this case as well, if there is anybody out there that wants to join us, feel free
Hostiles
to
incoming.
let me know. Give me your in-game name and we can /invite you in. Because yeah, we'll go around and do these reviews. And especially as well, if we can get a fort, maybe if you guys are up for it as well, we'll go do some
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
legendarying. I wouldn't mind getting some Phoenix credits as well, actually.
Might
Except,
even have a double booking for tonight for legendaries.
yeah. Already had plans.
Well, I don't know when he's American, so I don't know when he's gonna go online. But he was planning on doing some runs as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
First come, first serve.
Agent, I got something for you.
Let's go to the next one. Krieg up there. So there's keys there. 1,300 keys, yeah. I think I have like 30. Although as well, I spend them quite often usually. Especially just for extracting stuff. Especially on a week like this where we had to like extract 30 for each weekly.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
That's nice. Oh yeah, eventually you'll of course max out everything and stuff. I've still not reached that point, so I'm still spending them as we go.
Please, please don't hurt me.
JTF can't do anything right.
I was looking at the monster graffiti and didn't see the random patroller. I was like, this building brought to you by Monster. Not the energy drink though, just monsters.
Is that an ice cream sundae or is that?
Are you just happy to see me? The guy looks like it actually, yeah. Or maybe like
Approaching
cotton
Mark's
candy kind of
location.
thing.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Also today with making the shorts, I actually realized that I put that other short out a day too early. I should have put the Striker one out today. I put it out yesterday. Accidentally. But I'll fix up my schedule. Because also, yeah, I don't need to put the lexicon video out tomorrow. It's going to actually go up on Sunday. Give me a little bit more time to put together. But getting that out of the way as well, I'll have tomorrow to work on the DPS table. I wouldn't mind actually making the other ones as well.
I know everyone is gonna not call it the lexicon video, but Lexington video.
Except me, I'll call it Lincoln. Accidentally.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Nice of players. Yeah, that would be. Well, yeah, I've actually set myself a goal to try to get. Just to motivate myself to kind of do the weekly HVTs and stuff here and there. I want to get all the blueprints. So, most of them are, of course, completely useless. But. Some aren't. Just understand still in the background. Pass them. Don't go for me. Maybe they're wouldn't be the first game where it is maybe tied to where it's tied to alphabetical order or something like that. Sometimes it goes like that. Because I remember, like a long time ago,
Approaching marked location.
what was that game even called? It was Defiant, right? Like
Warning.
the name of the account or the name of the character mattered for people figured out that it mattered for the threat assessment of the enemies. So if you had a name starting with A or something, enemies would go for you first. Even if you, like, if they had zero threat, they would just go for...
Additional hostiles incoming.
They weren't getting shot at by anybody else, they would go just for whoever had the lowest in the alphabet name, basically.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Which is not how you want to do video games, but...
It kind of reminds me of like doing the releases in
Alert.
Trackmania.
Additional hostiles.
If you have the
inbound.
same
Oh,
name
yeah.
as someone else, it picks by the name.
I was about to say Trackmania as well, with like track of the day kind of stuff. It works the same.
Hostiles incoming.
It's just funny.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
All the screens.
High value target has been eliminated.
There goes Mike's squad. No, not that. Oh crap.
Now
Mike's
entering a safe
squad.
area.
Serious threat. I'm working on it, but I don't.
And before I can load any vulnerability. Yep.
Well, I'll fill back up as well. And I should take a second here to do a little bit of my inventory because I don't have enough space to get everything in one go. Just because I have a ton of stuff that should be actually in the stash that isn't. I'll be quick about it. Oh, basically I'm just going to do the weapons.
No worries. Come back another time.
Where did that go?
Man, I can't wait to put my feet.
Okay. So this is all I like. Yeah, actually likely tomorrow I'll jump into some survival I'm planning. Especially if we can, if I can. I might be able to start a little bit earlier. Because I haven't actually played survival in like years.
Warning. You are now leaving the
Definitely
safe
not
area.
since like the shields were even added and stuff, which was quite well as well. And hey there, Essie. And hey there, Kiba as well.
I told that one guy to just ask you in person via your Twitch stream, but like, why the politics?
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Sometimes stuff is weird.
Hostiles incoming.
Finally found the gap there. Took me a second.
Hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming.
I'm gonna go kill this patrol out here because they'll keep us in combat otherwise.
I'm just hoping that
Hostiles incoming.
after the reset there's gonna be some
Heavily
more
armored hostiles detected.
damage to elites stamina mods, so I can change from quite
value target has been eliminated.
strikers.
Oh yeah, the reset is tonight, of course. Something back here. I jump full on. It's nice to see you guys in Div 1 again. Yeah, we've been messing around with Div 1. At least I've been every time global events come around.
Hey, Agent. Let's have a chat. I got something you'll be interested in.
Even before I'm trying like to go
Intel
there
says this
almost
one's a
every
real
day
fighter,
to
but
get
my
some
money's on
div
you,
tech.
okay?
Yeah, I've been doing the dailies pretty consistently as well.
That's why I was on like almost 4K, because I was doing it every day.
Yeah. I've been doing the same as well. But yeah, that's kind of like half playing, right? Because I would usually just log in and like 20 minutes get it done and get out again. But it does help quite a bit with div tech immense.
Yeah, I need to actually at some point level up my fourth character because that's still in Brooklyn. I didn't even
Still
didn't
low
want to
level
leave.
fear.
I'm on like
Can level you up in like 2 hours max.
yeah, I'm on level 11 because I was running with level 30 in Brooklyn and we are leveling there.
Even those challenger and things.
Hostiles incoming.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not late for any of the bosses.
Oh no. That was the first one.
Let's clear my inventory. I'm on like 60, but if we're gonna do the legendary, I'm gonna go lower because I have 8 survival caches.
I will get cleaned up after this. I'll need clean up after this as well.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming.
Screens.
Alert.
Came from
Heavily
there.
armored hostiles detected. High value target has been eliminated.
The screens. There's also if
Maybe
nothing
do you
else.
still need something for a builder from this one?
Sparkle Hoster. That's the only thing that I'm missing.
Wait,
Or
I
fourth
bought one
striker.
earlier today. For you.
You are now entering a safe
I have Sparkle
area.
on 3
You want
characters,
a
now I
challenge?
just
We
need
don't have any new targets yet.
for the 4th.
Yeah, I've got 5 now.
Watch your back with this one, okay?
Never mind.
They're beating me on buying them now. Like, yeah.
I'll leave those last few for you. Oh, the thing is with the global events, it also doesn't per se matter because we'll be filling up so much because of the classifieds.
The door's locked for me.
Warning. You are exiting the safe
There's no
area.
opening. Oh, you can likely fast travel out. There's the unlocking the count on one character or on all characters. Do you mean do you get one on every character? I'm gonna guess it's one time. Actually, yeah, it must be one time because I was logging around on my characters. What it mostly that thing is for is just for people. If you have it, just if you haven't done the X thing, if you haven't done the daily projects, you can just put it in your stash or in your inventory, and then you can go farm the loot goblin. Because once you have one, you can get, as long as it's visible to the game, basically. So put it in your stash or put it on the character and go farm the loot goblin, and you don't need to do the projects. Because I've seen a bunch of people kind of go like, this is useless, but nah, she's not. For the people that, like, yeah, hadn't done the projects. Allows them to get it from the loot goblin.
Didn't I see a player called Kiba in the terminal earlier? 15 minutes ago?
Oh, could be. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
did.
talking about being in the terminal earlier.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
That's,
Approaching marked location. Warning, now leaving the safe area.
yeah, that was him. Indeed. That was them.
Warning, hostiles detected nearby.
We're gonna get some moving.
Warning,
These guys do just sound like cows, basically.
alert, additional hostiles inbound.
I remember when they spawn in the door like that, I killed everyone with a sticky and soft got found it because I couldn't think fast.
Hostiles detected. Warning, incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles incoming.
Nice, we're going to just spawn everybody here.
Armored hostile detected. High-value target has been eliminated.
Inventory full.
Is that the last one or the before last one?
I don't know, you bought them all.
There's still, I have one drop in there, but I can't reach it because it's in the door.
Hey, Agent. Got some. I just don't have any.
No, there's
targets
one
right
more.
now.
Or sure, it's a 13% PV.
Exactly. It's 13% DTE. That'll be a big jump up. Oh yeah, it's the last one. Let's see this one then. Yeah, it's actually not the worst though. No, I actually quite like it for hotshot builds. I don't run those enough anymore to care too much, but yeah, just not having that zoom out, not having a scope out after every shot, there's benefit there, and then you lose some damage. I was gonna lay that as well in the video about them that I did recently about the terminal and the handbasket. Number 8, what other channels here? Yes.
I heard the JTF might be talking to Colonel.
I was running Purgatory on a different character earlier. I basically have one of every gear set now set up on all the characters. Like different
marked
ones on
location.
different characters, basically. Oh yeah, let's deal with those guys. Let's have a loot here.
Warning, hostiles detected nearby.
And then basically every character of mine has a striker now as well. Although with different setups for each character.
This is cheating. He's holding his weapon, but the bullets are flying from his knees, so
I mean, it's
need to
just...
report.
Right in front of
It's just... You should just ask him if he's happy to see you or if that's a gun in his knee.
Alert, Additional hostiles inbound. Hostiles incoming.
That screams.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming.
Still inventory full.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
This guy go.
High value target has been eliminated.
Let me quickly make some space here.
Have to pick up loads now.
Oh, I got that one. And a ton of shit to pick up. Full again.
Was that the last one?
Yes, this is the. So we're gonna actually take a moment to get cleaned up here. Afterwards. And actually, if anybody out there is interested in joining us maybe for some legendarying, with a fort it will likely be easier than with three of us. And they likely will go for some Amhersting in a minute. Your ammo cannon, the one. Oh yeah, it's a. You can get much higher numbers.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
But yeah, no OD, so it's not infinite ever anyway. So also, actually, all of the talents in Div 1, there's a. I don't think there's anything that pulls ammo from the void, does it? Like everything actually pulls from ammo reserves. Because in Division 2, there's a bunch of talents that just generate ammo out of thin air, basically.
Your attention, please.
Like steady-handed.
Story hour
Or
will
OD.
begin at 1100 hours next to the Christmas tree.
A cheater showing off his dancing moves in the terminal. If we're gonna do legendaries, I'm gonna hop onto my other character on this counter.
Oh, sure.
Alert. An agent is now leaving your team.
Hey, you just got a great
Sell
deal.
all those.
Calling all cars, calling all cars. You're listening to Wouldn't You Know It, the Pirate Radio podcast for paranoid insomniacs.
Hey, I got something new right here for you.
Alright, let's put these caches to you. And yeah, actually, make sure we have plenty of space for
Your attention, please.
Phoenix credits.
Error. Group grief counseling has been
Well, am I? I don't even know.
Thursday
Oh,
afternoon. We apologize for
5.4k, I think I'm fine.
Your attention, please.
I mean, just
Equipment has
get it done
and
and
will be made available by the end of
under
all civilians are encouraged
under one cache, basically, right?
healthy exercise and activities.
So none goes to waste.
Sorry, I can't give you a bag for that.
We know they locked up a bunch of sick people in there. We know the folks trying to keep the peace, trying to treat the sick, trying to maintain at least some vestige of
Now we should have 7k. Let's buy 2 caches. And I should buy a tactician. I'll try to actually make a tactician on this character. And then go the route that I don't have at the moment, which is to not use 6 pieces, but use 4. Or 5. I'm not sure what is the 5th piece. I don't even was meaning to look at that. 5% power? Yeah, that's not worth it.
Bunch of backpacks that I can use for my mods. Okay, let's do this.
If anyone listening
Come take a look.
has any information or first-hand knowledge of what the fuck is going on in the dark zone, you let me know. As for the rest of you, welcome.
But then likely I'm not going to use tactician chest. But I'll still keep a 1 at the very least.
I got 18 out of 18 blackout commendations.
Nice. Yeah, I got also all my commendations done for this one, which is definitely one of my goals as well. Leaving just the other 3, and one I've actually... That one's Strike, right? I haven't apparently never played when Strike was on.
How's my new favorite customer?
How much Phoenix credits to have? 2.8. Okay, so that's plenty space left there. Is that 100 out of the struggle to listen rotary? Doesn't Hungry Hog come with its own 3rd talent? Like that.
Hungry Hog?
I can check, but I
Yeah, it does.
so.
Yeah, it does. Because yeah, that's true.
That's the M60 LMG, which after killing an enemy, you get increased damage until you stop firing or
Yeah.
get out of combat.
The interfaith discussion group will be held on Sundays at 8
But I'm guessing they meant like a combination of it. If I remember, yeah. I think I'll go with 4 because yeah, that 5 skill haste, 5% skill damage. I think we can get other talents to do more than that. Currently, I only have a 6-piece one, and I was kind of going with like the dev intended one, but that's actually not that useful with putting turret on.
Yeah, I'm using 5-piece so far because I don't have a good barret chest.
Yeah, I'll need to as well. That seems to be one of the better picks. But also, I wouldn't mind actually trying some of... I don't know if some of the talents from chest actually can.
I think only one that can kind of do is the... Or I forgot the name, but it's kind of like a glass cannon. You do 80% more damage, but take 10% more.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at a list, and I was like, I want to try that one and that one. I don't remember what they were anymore. I have it in my notes somewhere. I think this one. So the lexicon. Grand Pappy is a blender race. Yeah, exactly. I later, JNC. No survival runs. Yeah, no, I haven't actually done much in the form of survival. So you can actually even see in... I've actually done no survival even like after they added the shields and stuff. I'm willing to like give it a try again, but it's definitely not a game mode for me. Like I'm never that much into survival type of game modes and stuff. But I wouldn't mind, yeah, kind of getting back into it just to see like what it is, just to give it a real chance with like nowadays. I feel back in the day as well, I just didn't know what I was doing, so I kind of went like, you know, how some people are like, Descent sucks after and not giving it a chance. I was that guy back in the day. Yeah, let's go get set up for Emerson. Yeah, if anybody wants to join us, feel free to say so. Otherwise, we'll try it with our 3 of us, right, and see how it goes. Because I'm pretty sure as well with just... oh, they spotted me already.
That was quick.
That's set to normal. For a second.
This is strange. On my screen, I don't see you at all, like here.
Report, cheating, invisible high.
You're not in the group yet. 6.
Oh yeah, I changed character. Oh my god.
Yeah, because I see you and like, yeah, I see that icon.
Oh man.
A new agent is joining
Definitely
your
we
team.
can.
Yeah. And good to see 6 is now awake. Good morning.
Ew.
Orlando's back is what I use here. Yeah, I just want to mess around indeed with kind of those setups. I haven't per se decided on exactly which one.
I don't know, but I'm starting to have a problem that all the good things, like the weapon mods and everything, is in the Dark Zone vendor, and I'm running out of PC credits. Put it somewhere else.
Yeah,
I've got the solution for that.
oh yeah, just easy credits on to farm.
Make a 4th character and get to level 30 and get your gear score up to 259-ish, not higher, and you can get into the DZ bracket 229 to 255, and it's just
Yeah.
you're all on your own in the DZ, and you can
Yeah,
just
because
get
no one's there.
caches, and yeah. Take some sacrifice though.
You
Don't
ready,
have any
Pam,
good
or-
gear in your stash. You can't have any good loot still on your character's inventory.
Okay, the stash might be a problem because I have 137 items in there.
Yeah, I basically put my stash is 1 character. So,
Yeah. You can always pull some stuff out and just put it on the characters, because in here we don't use as much as like Div 2. We don't have the 16 loadout slots, so you don't. I don't think on most characters I'm going above 60 or anything. But for farming G tokens, that makes sense again. Yeah, but yeah, I haven't done much in there. I'm actually planning tomorrow. Maybe we'll jump into a few, if I can start early enough, because I just want to go in and just take my time. So because about 70 cash, so new character. Division 1 ass. That's yeah, I need to give it a real try nowadays. But I still don't think it's going to be a game mode per se for me. But I'm going to like actually give it a good shot.
Okay, I'm ready.
Eh,
I've made up space a little bit. And if we're gonna do like go for the 1 hour thing, I have 8 survivor caches that I can get a little bit more.
yeah, let's see about it, because I think with 3 we're likely going to be slower than like on the weekend if we can get a 4th as well. Oh, we said
do you
it did
still
work.
want to bypass the first bit, or
Yeah, we just run past this, right? Shall I take a blue?
we need 1 blue?
Yeah. I'll take the blue.
And you've got the flashbangs, so yeah, one of you can put it in through the door.
Let me also actually swap to determined weapon. Do that.
I am so sick of goddamn MREs.
Yeah, ready?
Already.
Do you think the Colonel knows what he's doing?
Open fire! Tango inbound! Taking him down! Now they're can't target to the open! We got plenty?
Snipers really didn't like me.
Warning. An agent on your team requires aid immediately.
Yeah.
Ah, Christ!
I think I got all of them. Maybe maybe. I didn't got just rush in front.
Rushers.
One more.
Uh,
I got you.
I benched my face off. I needed that face.
Apparently if you throw down a support station where somebody else's foot is, it doesn't shift.
It's annoying with the windows when we shock them, they just lean over.
This should be last. To be honest, yeah.
We just killed that
There's a
rope.
lot of heavy stuff.
No, we're gonna make it fine.
I can shock some of them.
You're gonna tell them a shocking truth?
Yep.
There is no such thing as food-safe plastics!
That's
Oh,
kind of
shocking.
the benefit of this global event. You can shoot them, shock them, and they don't shoot at you when you run up.
Yeah. Actually, the CC here, just from the shocks, is already pretty powerful.
Just realized that I pretty much have the wrong performance mount on. I have great chance from the pulse, and I'm not using pulse.
Come on, let's get this over with.
I know. Maybe if you want to take the time to swap it.
I mean, I don't have them on me. I would need to go through stash, find something.
Those don't make that big of a difference anyway.
Yeah, it would. I would maybe like put on the like sticky explosion radius.
Is there still something on the roof?
Not now.
No, they're dead.
Threw it up for the rest of us.
I don't have a sticky.
I won't get them.
A few seconds out.
Shoot to kill!
A rush behind.
No, I'll get them.
One on top of you.
Range here. Oh wait, did the box get?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get in the box. Actually, I'll go downstairs for now.
Don't punch me. Thank you.
Line him up.
Jumping down.
Oh, this guy's not immune against sharks.
No, he's not. He's gonna get shocked still.
Oh, that helps a lot. All the steps. Should I run a... Although, well, it's basically... It's 12. We're starting on 12. Yeah, let me catch up here as well for a second. Build 3 attack build for mask and stash. 26 mask and the direct 229. Once in these, look at the basic.
Okay.
Some trickery there. Well, as well, just running around the like actual DZ. Like even at 256. Like I got backup from being around like 20k. Back to I'm gonna put my shots upstairs and kind of prep those guys.
I'm trying to get as many kills so I can get the sticky back.
Yeah, focusing on the ones up top.
And I think I can get it in time. I have it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you're coming from mines already.
Yeah, there's once.
Yep.
Zoom zoom.
Not rushers.
Real luck, yeah. Still on cooldown though for my support.
I don't have a sticky for the guy on top.
One coming up behind this.
Nice.
There's a lot of sort of rushers here.
And just one more up top. I can get this one.
Warning.
Oh,
Agent
wow.
on your team is down.
I didn't even see the sticky.
Yeah.
Just go, just keep going.
Yeah, I'm
The
going.
respawn's gonna respawn me on top.
Barely made it. Yeah. You got nuked.
Wait, Akia.
Now's our chance.
Jump up.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I was in pain. That takes a second.
Support station do the trick then. Why is he ducking? Got them all like here? Or
Yeah.
you need help?
No, look at those rushers, everything. With a shock, they're pretty easy.
Counters it down. Keep it steady.
What's up? If anybody else does want to join us, feel free to say so. Oh, there we have a spot. I will likely do this for a little bit here.
Don't have a sticky.
Oh, messed my one up. Sorry. That windowsill was greater danger than these enemies.
Coming.
No, I'm not upstairs this time.
This guy's hiding and covering for me.
Oh, he's getting me.
Those snipers. Ooh.
Sniper just melts in seconds.
It was still going for me when it was up here. Okay.
Setting.
Still no classified.
I mean, they're still rare even here.
Our main suspect? We've located his residence at this apartment complex in Hell's Kitchen. You'll need to get inside and secure anything which confirms a link. Notebooks, hard drives, whatever you can find. But there's still civilians in there, and that means the cleaners are on their way to sterilize the place.
If Amherst's not the guy,
Oh,
I'll
wow.
leave my centrifuge.
They got me good.
His work has got to be your first priority.
We can't just leave those civilians, Doctor.
Where do we have them?
If we don't
Right
get
there.
this virus figured out, there won't be any civilians left to save.
Alert. Friendly division agent is down.
I don't think I'm gonna have the sticky corridor.
Oh, wow.
Take that position! Engaging now!
It's annoying.
The last one, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Open fire! Up fire!
I'm out of position for it.
I mean, the sticky
Ah,
needs to be
shit.
there, like, before the
Oh,
door
precious.
opens.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I wasn't in the position to get that. Does it reset me somewhere here?
I don't know. I don't think so. There's
Okay.
no respawn here, I think. There's just two men.
50% cooldown.
Just two men to get to the roof.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, should be able to get through here. So the pharmaclabs seemed to offer using courier and improvised with. So using. Let's see. Usually, yeah, with improvised with double skill haste. Yeah. Or that, or with courier or PTSD. That's also quite common, or as a goatee.
Nice Russia spawn.
And Data Chaos. Electric blueprints. I do believe
I just need.
those
I think I
are
can survive
normally.
at the predatory. Let's go. Oh yeah, the turrets are gonna still stay alive. Shh, that's nice.
Yeah, I tried if you have to like clear them, just destroy them maybe.
Oh no. Can you get
I
up
can make
top?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Window.
release.
Just give up, give up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reset up here.
Pull in.
So it should be electric should be, I believe, from the blueprint pool. So just doing control points and like things that give blueprints, like the invasion.
Medkit, thank you.
But if it isn't, what you can also do is just go and farm with targeted loot. There's nothing. Like, it's not hard items to get out of targeted loot, most of them. BTC with Witch Hive, usually a healing up. So that's more for like legendary. If we're going with like a BTSU for, or like a
There's a
Pharmaclabs.
sniper still. I didn't got him.
Oh, there was still one on the roof.
Yep, there's still a sniper. He's gonna
Yeah, I'll
lit us
go.
up.
I'm gonna go get the roof.
Oh, they already triggered.
Chance here.
At least they not targeting me, so I'm good. Watch out, 6 Russia behind. Where is he?
Yeah, he's below. He's below.
Oh, there he is. Hello.
I'll jump down.
Oh, that grenade launcher is annoying.
Agreed. So is a sniper. I mean the.
Are they shooting from below? Grenade
Oh, and the
launcher?
snipers, really.
Oh yeah, they're also getting some. Like some of the grenades are coming from below.
You can take him.
Oh wow. That.
Okay. Yeah. On to the next.
If you get any sentry pieces that are like electronic focused, I would take that.
I'll keep an eye.
I swear, JTF are the ones that caused all this shit. What? You think you can take us?
Turrets deployed. Tangos, open fire. Multiple tangos on target.
Where do we have them?
Waste every last one
In
of
the
them.
back.
An agent on your team is down. Requires assistance.
Snipe that team.
I have the sniper.
Come on,
Ah,
I got you.
no, I wasn't. Oh, that's
Wait for
there.
the kill. Can go. Come on, sniper.
Okay.
No rushes.
Except us. We're Russian.
Anyone's gonna plan this thing, it'd be Colonel Bliss.
Oh no. Run out.
Focus fire. Keep it steady. Giving cover fire. Reloading. Take their position. Losing numbers out here.
I'll try to focus all the engineers, so when the last one dies, there's gonna be no more build of
Turrets,
those
yeah.
turrets. Blast rushers.
Onward and upward.
Not too much behind us, that's nice.
Let's do this.
For once, my character just normally jumped through that window.
Just a little trick. Take some distance from the window, jump it. Works every time.
There's no point in hiding.
I know if I don't jump through it right on the first try, I know that I'm not jumping through. Because I mess it up every time. Sniper is downstairs, that's nice. So at least that one is taken care of.
flashbang. Huh?
Fine.
Jumped down already.
Rush over here. Got him.
Nice.
Is it actually worth it to go for his backpack, or is it just better to kill him?
Takes a bit longer.
The backpack or just gun? Which one takes longer?
I think the backpack takes a bit longer than just killing him with the shocks.
Yeah, trying to find like the angle. Might need to actually go into like a safe house because I'm out of medkits.
Don't take the medkits from when you jump into that apartment bit.
I think there's a bunch of them lying on the ground, but I don't just run over them.
Yeah. Let's also check
That's fine.
pouch.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
I just jumped to a safe house quickly.
No, if you need to, you can. Because are you
I
on?
don't need to use much of them, and there are
Our
some
main
on the
suspect?
ground that are
We've
lying.
located his
that I
residence at this
didn't
apartment
pick this one
complex
because
in
I
Hell's
used a lot.
Kitchen. You'll need to get inside
But then
and
also after
secure
this one,
anything
I
which
need to go
confirms the
get
link,
caches. I'm
notebooks,
gonna guess
hard
we're all
drives, whatever
kinda
you can find. But there's still
in
civilians
there.
in there, and that means the cleaners are on their way to sterilize the place.
Let's
Maybe
get-
I'm already
Hammer's
full.
not the guy. I'll eat my centrifuge. His work has got to be your first priority.
Yeah, let's do
Can't
this
just
one
leave
and then
those
we jump
civilians,
and
Doctor.
do
If
like
we don't
a
get this virus figured out, there
minute
won't be
and a
any
half
civilians
clean and
left to save.
get some caches. Oh, you can't detonate one of that.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
It's just one of them now.
Yeah.
Is the sniper dead or no?
No.
No,
Wait,
no.
wait, the kill, wait, the kill. Go.
Okay.
No rushes.
Remember, no rushers.
JTF asshole always causing trouble.
I'm still on cooldown.
All right,
Fine.
gonna go see what it is.
Fine.
Alert. Friendly
Yeah, I
division
got lit
agent
up by
is
everything.
down.
Just everything. Look over. And your mag.
I'm gonna loot this crates.
Take some medkits from this backpack pump. Oh, Russian behind us. Never mind.
Is there still someone? Yeah, there's
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Go on,
there's...
go on, yeah.
There's a lot in the back.
Two in the back, can't really.
Get this one because this one is spamming stickies. I think if we kill the one in the window, there's gonna be the spawn for the rushers.
Yeah. But it's super annoying.
There's a medic.
There's also agents on the upper right here.
Gonna get shot at.
What's new? Just another Tuesday.
Oh, I got stuck on that.
You go down, go fall down. But I think should be fine.
Oh no!
An agent on your team
Go down,
requires
go down.
aid immediately.
Speedrun strats, just die so you can travel, right?
Yeah. We consider just dying.
going down.
That is done.
She's down. Target's wounded.
There we go.
I don't have a sticky, so let's do it just like this.
Like that.
Yeah, I threw a nade there, but I didn't need it.
We lost Sanders.
Oh, Russia. No. Coming now.
Ammo. Over there.
There's the wrong sniper. Oh, so don't forget.
Suppressive fire!
Sure, dude. No, don't do the X. Fuck off.
Cold now.
Yeah, let's get it.
On inventory, but that's fine.
Yeah, we
Clear
need to
it a little
clean
bit.
up.
Yeah, let's go just take a few seconds to clean up and
And we need to buy anyway.
yeah,
Because we fall.
deconstruct some
I could
stuff.
still do one, I think, because I only had like 2 GE credits left.
It's because yeah, I definitely can't.
If you can reset so we can travel and
Oh, yeah,
buy.
sorry. Alright. Still haven't picked up everything.
If you empty, you don't need to.
Deconstruct a bunch of stuff so we can.
Yeah. Weapons is kind of like the fastest thing.
That's one of
Our
my
main
favorite
suspect,
choices.
we've located his residence
You
at this
starting?
apartment complex in Hell's
Nope.
Kitchen.
Let's
You'll
go.
need to get
Setting because
inside
I
and
was in
secure
combat.
anything which confirms a link.
So I can travel away.
Yeah, same for me. I was on the too. So much in TD1. Well,
Hard drives, whatever you can find.
the
But
vendor
there's still
quite often
civilians in
seems to
there, and
have like some items, because I've been slowly getting some of those from there as well.
Striker.
You're gonna like
I
what
can
you
only
see.
hope one of them has a holster.
Give me that house.
It's gonna be quick. Why does it have to be accuracy, bro? Why is it not stability? It would be so good small grip.
Hmm.
It's like almost maxed out.
I'll be
Crit
here if you
damage, but
change your mind.
has to be accuracy.
How is my
That'll be too easy. Gotta keep it
Yep.
hard.
Okay, time to go. Let's sell everything. I don't care. Gonna sell all the junk. Thank you. Let's open caches. This is like 20th chest, like striker chest.
Your attention, please. The interfaith discussion group will be held on Sundays at 1500 hours in room 14. All are welcome.
And those can go, that can go. And there's also one of those moments of like, what are you talking about? Not enough loot. Well, of course, this is very much the like one of the top end activities to do for loot, but yeah, there's plenty of loot
Come back
in the
soon.
one.
Too much.
Sometimes a little bit too much indeed. Even going on to that house, even though it's very low gear score, but I might find a use for it.
I would be against if it was like like not enough loot, because it would be nice. I wouldn't need to like sort through everything.
Yeah. I have a knee pad entry call that could be whatever you want it to be, basically. It has all the stats already.
Yeah, I need it for like the support electric build, 10k electronics.
No, this knee pad has already all the stats you would want, basically. So you can electronic it.
Electronics and skill power under these. Yeah, increase skill XP, I don't think I care about that.
No, but you still want DT and...
No, there would be a skill power on that.
That slot isn't... That's the other slot, that's armor, isn't it? Where you can put skill power. That's where armor damage is.
I think I've got my 6th D3 build.
52? Why 52? Do I have still something in my inventory that I didn't get rid of? Oh yeah, I picked up the 2 sentry pieces. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what I like to see.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, same here. Back to room. And again, if anybody wants to join us for a little bit more of this, so likely we'll do another half hour of this. Oh, shit. I didn't, did I?
We stuck?
The buy cash. I'm gonna quickly just buy cash.
Okay. I'm on 2.4.
The one thing I was going to go and get.
Don't be shy.
That's about 9k. I'm not gonna open them now. I'll just buy.
Just thinking maybe about just putting commanding striker for this when I use them.
I'm just kind of the place where it works. Taking one quick at a detour. I'll catch it.
Check it out. Best deals in the city. Good luck out there.
The OC should be this one.
With all the blueprints I could this week.
This one should be right. No, I always, of course, I picked up all the wrong ones. And first one here, and then this scope, yeah.
Let me know when you're ready.
And
I'm here as well.
Gloves that I have prepared for this. I'm done.
Let's get.
Okay.
You ask me?
No part of those clean.
Hang on. We'll see what that was.
Where we have them in the back.
We're lucky.
No, today is just the whole time in the back. Send one up there too.
He's up. Oh, killed the sniper.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't have the sticky, so.
Oh, there's still the engineer.
No. I got all of them. Nice. Brushes, watch out. Brushes in the back. I'm gonna get them, so because it's gonna work to the top.
I heard the JTF might be talking to
I think I might go down.
God damn it!
SVD. Yeah, I don't know SVD. There's a guy right under us. Can't see him.
Is the last one Russians?
Yep. One is one shotgun guy right under us.
There's a lot of people there.
I don't think I can make it, but we'll see.
Feel the bleed there. Oh, we all
Of course. Now I missed the window. Can't jump through.
So one of the nice things is that, well, with this is counting as missions completed for the weekly.
Yep.
Getting some days in for the weekly. As, guys came in late.
Oh, medkit, thank you. No, don't jump down. What are you doing?
I see target.
I think there's a sniper on the roof as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the sniper is dead.
Oh, that's heavy.
No, I think there's one in the back there. Oh, that's not.
Yeah. Maybe.
Shit!
Having lightweight M4 as a primary and LVOAC as the secondary, I just noticed a big difference in the upright recoil. The lightweight M4 is just it feels better to keep it on target because it's not pulling that much to the top.
No, I think I should like the VOC also better.
Pressure behind, up top. Up bottom.
Melee guy. Are you shooting my body? I'm gonna shoot you back. Fuck off, dude. You're gonna melee me again, man. Fuck you.
Line him up. Tango's in the open. Tank here.
I believe.
Another one down.
Yeah, I like the light venom for more, dude. It's just feels way better.
Ready?
Yep.
In again. Once more with feeling.
Leave. I'm gonna have a look. Shoot up. Affirmative.
This time.
Oh, yeah.
Take him down.
Yeah, you killed everything, and the sticky just popped the blue and it should be fine. There's nothing in the door.
Open fire. Come on.
Rushes. If they get close, you can melee them because we have the charge too, so we can melee them and shock them. We might get them
You
first.
don't have the overcharge, right?
Does that work?
Yeah,
with
we
that,
don't. We can't one-shot melee them, but you can shock them.
Oh, they'll shock some.
Yep.
Oh yeah, one hot hit.
Yeah, just hope they don't destroy it.
That's why I put it downstairs.
Something on top? Yeah.
And silent while tryharding.
There's still the agent in the back. It's gonna be sticky as well. Of course you don't peek when I look at you.
Let's get that engineer before we go.
Yep. I'm gonna run over here because I have some medkits.
And I have some loot.
I'm not picking up anything almost. Just from the bosses where there can be some classified.
But the loot. Yeah, and I'm still picking up everything. The one is much easier than Div 2. It kind of depends. Thing to kind of remember in Div 1 as well. None of these, I feel none of the content in Div 1 was really made for classifieds in mind, so it's beyond what we even like have in Div 2 with a chest striker or something. That kind of, I feel, pushes it. But also, like, they can be difficult because we don't have the, you know, we don't have clips, foam clips. Like, the standard.
CC would be so good here, just
Yeah.
from everything.
But this, for instance, as well, with the global events, there's actually a lot of CC happening just from that. That's kind of saving it.
I can not foam, I can. Put it in my head and I can get it out of my head.
Yeah. I mean, I feel if there's one person who has foam in his head,
Yeah.
I got the Rusher behind.
I mean, I'm foaming almost every legendary that I'm in, so yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense.
There's still a guy up top here in front of me.
Yep. Got him.
Alert. Friendly division agent is down.
Dude, I should have gotten all of them.
Are those grenades from downstairs? Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
What dicks? And reset. There's also, for instance, DOA and Div 2. But there's also just this mission that is like extra, you know. We are pretty optimized for it, although, well, yeah, that's the thing of the shortest mission gets ran the most, kind of.
Open fire. Engaging hostile. Open fire.
Oh, in the middle.
Yep.
Super annoying that, yeah, we need to just get a little bit closer before I can sticky.
Yeah,
Kind
the
of sticky
range
now.
of the sticky.
Yeah.
I don't have the sticky.
Oh, I don't either, so.
So let's just run.
Shock him.
Oh wow. Run.
Yeah.
I can do it without a healer right now, so.
There's a rusher behind you.
No.
Yay.
Let's reset there. Because even if I push through, like, I can't, like, solo the next part without healing.
Then, like, for a range for the melee, he meleeed me. Six just ran past and got meleeed too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing we can do is just shoot him as well, because we just shock him.
There's a guy that walked in here.
If you're gonna finish him with this, he'll definitely follow us.
I don't have the.
Yeah.
Nothing exciting ever.
Do it normal. No yellow.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna have blue here either, like now.
But we don't need blue if we manage to sticky them. Okay, can finish the stickies already.
Still the last one.
Yeah, hiding, coming from behind as well.
What a wimp. Come on.
That.
You don't have blue, of course, but.
That should be fine.
No, rushers. I'm gonna kill the rusher behind.
Oh, they already aggro. Watch out.
Oh. Missed the wall a little.
They can't fight forever. You're losing numbers here.
I felt something in the back. Where's the rusher going?
Home.
Come on, you got this.
It's just heavy with the shield in the back.
No, this is good man. That was also an engineer. Anyway, turning up in the float. That's also a thing when you do like a repetition. The old saying of repetition legitimizes. Definitely true.
I need ammo. because I'm like 400.
I'll do something as well.
Yeah, they trigger.
Reclaimer.
Oh, that means that I don't stand in bugs. Fuck. Yeah, all the explosions. Get a grenade and sticky.
And a seeker.
Got him.
Oh, sniper came forward. That's nice.
Hunter is already forward too.
Yeah. He knocked out.
Hi.
Oh, he knocked back.
No, don't do it. Yeah, keep targeting me, but don't shoot.
Turret.
Let's pick up the zone.
Oh,
Alright, I'm good.
8 so far.
Yep.
Let's reset.
7.6, so... Next one's gonna be 9. So maybe after the next one I'm gonna need to go by, because after that I would overstack.
Alright. Yeah, I'm on 5-9.
Wish I could have seen this place before.
I opened some survival caches that gave me like 1.4k, so that's why I'm a little bit ahead.
Corner.
They are all stacked, thank you. That's nice.
Yeah.
It's gonna be quick, I don't have the sticky. Do you have the sticky?
I have sticky.
Yeah, you can, if you can put it in.
So where do I put it?
Kinda shoot it on the back wall, kinda like that.
Oh, through the window. Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't know
nice.
you could.
Go. And explode it now. Gonna...
Too late.
Oh,
I need to... I can do it. Drop it on the ground. Add rushers? Oh, rushers.
I forgot what weapon or what button it was on. Sorry. It's on the wrong button, kind of. Maybe weapon reset, because I'm not sure you can. Oh, actually no. Yeah, if you can get 6, yeah, then.
Maybe we can. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, no, with the healer there. Well, I mean, you did already once.
Oh no, yeah, sure. Put a grenade right there.
Yeah, great.
Warning. An agent on your team requires aid immediately.
Please don't destroy the hive.
Yeah, and then he smacks me
got it.
again.
They got it. Yeah. It's whatever.
Oh, okay. Didn't show me the ending there. Let me reset it for the thing, right? So that everything is kind of... Okay.
Yeah, the sticky, if you're gonna do the sticky
hang on.
when I don't have it, you need to explode it. You're gonna need to just detonate it as soon as the last enemy is killed.
No. So what was that,
it's just
6?
one.
Yeah, we're a bit spread out for the first part.
Yeah.
It'll...
Should be good soon.
I don't have yellow yet.
Yeah, I won't have blue either. For a second.
And I think I'm not gonna pop it now. Because they spread out and all that.
Be a shot from the right side.
You have sticky, right, Palm?
If I get some kills, yeah.
Oh. I use mine there. I'll leave you.
And there's still some, so we should be fine. Okay, no. This guy is just shooting me through a wall with the shotgun. But yeah, I have the sticky. already. This is still the sniper, watch out on top.
Yeah, but there's more than that.
Yeah, there's more than that.
Warning. Agent on your team is down. Requires assistance.
Over there.
Is it just a sniper from this wave?
I think maybe the engineer right there. Just the sniper? My sticky is about to run out. No. It's just this one more guy and I don't have the sticky right now. But I can put it back in. Okay, ready?
Open.
Yeah, we're good. No rushes.
So fast, but seems okay. No, although there's actually even faster ways in this.
I'm on cooldown.
It should be fine.
I'll see what's happening.
As long as I don't get, or any of us don't get like blown up by everything that can't even look at us. There's a rusher coming from behind.
He's coming up.
Oh yeah, some waves are kind of skippable, like the waves we're skipping. Let's make it a little faster. A lot actually.
I'm gonna try and get the beach in here. And this one too. I killed the stuff in the back.
No, it's rushers.
Just one. Oh, there's one more agent. There's one more agent. She's fine.
Is she like fine or is she like bye? That's
Both.
Always the dumbest joke for that. The screens. Although, yeah, definitely with this global events, although some of the other ones were just so much damage that they also made it easier. But this one, the shock and stuff, definitely makes a big difference for flash. Makes it quite a bit easier.
Rusher behind us, jumping down. Got him.
Like that.
One's still up top on the left.
Keep up the pressure. Over there.
Got him. Rusher push. Hunter pushing, not a rusher pushing. He needs a rushing, so that makes sense.
Reloading.
1 second.
Ah. Let's try to flashbang the sniper. Let's finish off the sniper maybe. Just
Don't melee me, please. them.
Because I couldn't really help on the hunter because I was getting destroyed by them. That was my own direction. Ah, okay. I'm basically full again as well. Should we just
take time to clear out?
Yeah, let's maybe take a second to clear out again, and then maybe we do like
already
one.
finished the 1 hour.
We're a little bit below
We have
it
to
still, I
get
think.
out of combat first.
Yeah,
I
we
need
to reset.
1 second, I need to...
Yeah, if you need to
Make
clear,
space.
you can clear, but...
No, I need just so I could pick up the rest.
Yeah, I still have something on the ground, so maybe... After that I can pick something up.
Or maybe we just clean out and then do a run where we clear everything and loot.
Yep.
Well, actually, everything is at that first wave. Because also with the snipers in the original, or with the... in that second area, they dropped some loot for me and stuff as well.
Don't be shy. You want it, I got it.
What am I getting?
Just one holster, please. Yeah, not even close. But yeah, that's... Oh yeah, I'm even full on Phoenix credits, and I don't know how for how long.
Yeah, just buy a classified if you have there.
Which did classified give me the striker holster?
Oh yeah, I was about to say maybe that'll get you it.
Oh yeah, I don't have inventory space, right? Oh yeah, 120, 120.
Your attention, please. The JTF is pleased to announce that limited internet access will soon be available at stations inside the technology wing of the base of operations. Please sign up for access by the tech desk. Access is limited to 10 minutes per individual.
Come back soon.
That. Again. Buy some more of these. So I got 5 technician caches so far, I'll pop them later.
Agent, I got something for you.
I'll pop these real quick to build proficiency wins. And then once we're all cleaned up, let's head back and let's just do a run of just picking stuff up, getting all our loot out of there, and we'll end on that run. I don't want to make it too late.
It's just you need a lot of enemies to like kind of abuse it.
Yeah.
If we have to tell your group not to kill your target.
Which is everything. Everything's my target. Just be a support player and let me do all the work.
Ready as well. Oh, this will actually finish up my weekly as well. This is the 10th mission.
Yep, mine too. So run
Yes.
through this, loot the second room, and
Yeah, basically
run
from the
through.
second room onwards. Let's also then clear the corridor, so we don't rush through the corridor. We'll just clean the corridor.
So don't run through the door, just go down the door.
Yeah. Letting us loot, you know.
Sticky them, so I can save it for the door. I'm gonna make the killing them easier.
Also, that's what we should have done, actually. I should have just taken this wave and then you could have saved it for that one. I'm gonna go up here anyway because I have some loot. So.
How are you shooting through that? I'm gonna get overrun, or maybe not. Everyone get shot. Be shocked by my appearance.
Why is that? Oh my god.
Yeah, watch out.
Rushing us from
Yeah, they're coming from behind as well.
That's why I was thinking maybe like clear it too.
Should be able to push through it maybe.
Please don't blow me
I'm gonna
up.
have you green soon.
No, hive zombie.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. Don't melee me. Arch. Yeah, let's clear out our back here then. They've started dropping loot now.
When we clear them out, there's gonna be another spawn that would spawn in the first room, which is the rushers.
Oh, those guys, yeah. So we run or?
Still didn't loot everything.
They can't fight forever. Targets in cover.
I can get you. Whee. I think we can. I think this is my last loot. Yeah, we can just run.
Yeah, but I still have loot here.
Yeah, just.
Oh, let's clear that thing.
Yeah, it's just the rushers now. And something from the top.
Okay, got it all.
Yeah.
Right.
There's not gonna be anything too much. Just go. Rushers.
Rushers.
Get stuck in the pillar. That's what you get for messing our few
I've
runs.
got loads of loot here.
No.
Me too.
Let's clear everybody out and then we run around and get everything. No loot left behind. Teammates! Sure, we'll leave those behind. Loot?
I mean, we showed that 2 times with 6 when we left you behind just to keep going with the run.
Yep.
Is that guy in the corner here?
Rusher forgot to rush.
Just a waste of your time.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. And we'll also see what our score so far is. Although we can definitely get more than this. Especially if you like in 4-man, it's a little faster, right? Than this.
Yeah.
Just one more shooter.
You have more enemy, like, more weapons on target.
Yeah.
You have, like, 2 people clearing the front, like, for example, on the roof here, you have 2 people clearing the front, 1 just staying in the back. Grenade solo. While here you have just one DPS player in the back, one in front.
Shouldn't let them come through the window. Of course, that guy in the back drops late. I'll catch up in a second.
Luckily for me, not.
Unluckily for me, he did. How dare he drop loot? What a dick.
I didn't ask him for loot. Why is he bringing it?
I didn't choose the loot life. The loot life chose me.
The loot always seems to find me.
Let me climb.
Yeah. Near, far, wherever the loots are.
It's a hard loot life for us.
If this is the last one, I can pop the yellow after I get it.
Don't have any use here for me now.
For me, most of, like maybe despawned. It was something already.
Yeah, maybe if they were from early. I think I have some loot here as well. That stuff.
Jump down.
Thank you.
No, did he get got?
He did get got. There's still something on the...
Yeah, that guy is...
Ow.
I'm on fire. There was a grenade and sticky at the same time? Sure.
Ouchie.
Roll back in from the window. Why are you not getting shot? What are you trying to do? There it is. Just pick all the loot.
And yeah, 10 out of 10 there as well.
I picked everything. Good. And in like 55 minutes, we're gonna find out how we did.
Oh yeah, it's different time zone, right? You're forgetting. It's no longer 1 o'clock.
It
it's
was
2.
1 a.m. before now that it.
Yeah,
the
summertime.
Time change. Yeah, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Which is bad. Like, at least for me, it's a little bit bad because.
You are now entering a safe area.
Yeah, I used to do some of the
DFA
dailies after
runs.
stream and stuff as well.
Yeah. When I'm doing like the DFA runs, it used to be like 3 a.m. Now it's 4 a.m.
Oh. Wait, they don't do summertime? Or they haven't done it, or like that. Or well, there will be winter time for them.
For me, so yeah, for me it's 4 a.m.
Your attention, please. Tonight we have a
Can you reset us, please?
Oh.
Yeah, casually
Sorry.
standing in the terminal while we're here. Like,
Main suspect. We've located his residence at this apartment complex in Hell's Kitchen.
It let me get out,
inside
so I
and
was
secure
like,
anything which
it's
confirms the
gonna
link,
let you guys
notebooks,
get
hard
out.
drives, whatever you can find. But there's still civilians in there, and that means the cleaners are on their way
I
to
just-
sterilize the place.
I'm good, I'm out.
Not the guy
You guys
calling
figured
my
it out.
centrifuge. His work has got to be your first priority.
We can't just leave those civilians, Doctor.
If we don't get this virus figured out, there won't be any civilians left to save.
Voice line there. Yeah, let's clean up one last time.
Hey, a happy customer is the best customer.
And if so, who and where, and are they answerable in any way to the people who report?
Let's open up the weekly as well. And I have one weekly remaining.
Their top priority is to keep us calm.
Once I think I have enough for one more cash.
I'm like 1,000 away.
One more tactician cash. Although I should actually see if I have like most of the pieces at some point. Although I'll use those caches as well to refill some of the target intel. So because I have 3 more daily HVTs or weekly HVTs to do. But not many items worth keeping.
Hey, come on back sometime.
But that was also pretty good for getting actually, so this week I bought all of the all of the blueprints on both vendors. I'll do the same next week as well. I've just been doing that with the Phoenix credits. Just to eventually have all the blueprints, which is actually a bad thing because it gives you a lot more to scroll through. But you know, the collector in me kind of, if there is something to collect, I might actually go for it.
Yeah, you don't need to practically scroll through much. You just need to scroll everything that's 256, and after that, the rest doesn't much concern you.
Yeah, it's just more that sometimes you want some of the, like if you want a 204 or what is it, 20, whatever the LVOC is.
4.
Yeah.
Or so you can use like any of the talents without caring.
Yeah.
For the 182, if you want to go to the lower DC bracket.
Oh, no. But yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the weekly reset is in. Oh no, it's 50 minutes. Oh, man.
Yeah, 50 minutes.
Oh, the vendor one,
used
yeah.
to it being at 1 o'clock. Oh no, it's
Yeah.
2 o'clock normally. Oh wow.
You're gonna like
Yeah, my brain is in weekend mode.
Yeah, I have the same. But yeah, it's basically I moved an hour. Because I used to as well quite often after like streaming, I would come in here and do the dailies. But yeah, now it's an hour later, so which is a little bit too late. But yeah, they always stay on GMT basically. So, but yeah, we're gonna round it out here because I need some sleep. As tomorrow actually I have a pretty long day, but then I'll be back in the evening at least. So. But yeah, thanks Sigs, and thanks for Pomic for helping out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for the
For
fun.
the carries. And yeah, I'll catch you guys around.
Good night. Yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. That's it. Well, how about it there? How about the group as well leaving a place to do what they want? And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening. I won't be tomorrow afternoon. I might be able to start a little bit earlier, as I'll be working in the afternoon, but on location. But I'll be back by way before the evening anyway. And Sunday, I might actually even be able to either do a long stream or do an afternoon and an evening. And seeing as well that we have already Sunday's video basically in the bag, which is the lexicon one that we kind of did earlier this evening. So even that is at the ready. I've as well today took the time and made a bunch of shorts. So even those are done for the coming few weeks. I have a bunch at the ready. Anyway, we're going to send everybody on the Twitch end off to Noble Alias this time. We'll raid him on the Twitch end. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I might start a little bit earlier, and what I wouldn't mind messing around with is we made a start on a multi-calculator, and we made a start on DPS table. And so far I've done AR. I wouldn't mind actually doing one for every version of these, as I base my decisions a lot on like having these kind of tables. And they aren't that many around, especially not outside of video form. Some people have done some of them in video form, or at least also on build. I would rather have it be on base numbers, basically, and yeah, we'll make a few more. As I said, currently the SMG, LMG rifle ones are just the Division 2 ones. And this file as well, for those interested in them, they're in the DPS tables. So they're just in the burst and sustain table thingies. They're the last file there. So if you wanna go have a look at them, you can. Let's start that raid on Noble already. And yeah, tomorrow I wouldn't mind spending some time on, yeah, even comparing maybe on build some things, because I've had a few questions. For instance, especially like how much of a difference does DTE, the purple DTE mods actually make versus having a crit chance plus, you know, 260 versus, you know, having 200 plus with it for DTE. Especially on DTE and not DTE kind of numbers. So I wouldn't mind actually messing around, putting this multi-calculator we made to use. But that's for tomorrow. I went to the wrong scene. For today, this was it. Thank you all for joining me. You guys and girls out there had some fun. And yeah, we'll go back at it tomorrow. More Division 1 tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.